The crisp autumn air hung heavy over the Hogwarts grounds as the school buzzed with excitement. The Triwizard Tournament was finally underway, and for weeks it had dominated every whispered conversation in the corridors and every hurried note passed during class. Hermione Granger, however, had her nose buried in a thick book as usual, though her mind often wandered. She told herself she was reading to stay focused, but in truth, her thoughts were constantly being drawn to the looming dangers of the tournament. Harry had been unwillingly chosen as the fourth champion, and that fact weighed on her more than anything else. She would not let him face it alone. Yet there was another name that lingered in her mind, one she never expected to think about quite so often. Cedric Diggory. Handsome, clever, and fair-minded, Cedric had always stood out among the Hufflepuffs. Hermione admired him quietly from afar, though she never let on, not even to Harry or Ron. She knew they would only tease her. But after his name had been called by the Goblet of Fire, she found herself noticing more about him. The way he carried himself with dignity, the kindness in his eyes, and how he treated Harry not as a rival, but as someone caught in an unfair situation. The champions gathered at the edge of the grounds for the first task briefing. Hermione, standing in the crowd, caught Cedric's gaze for a brief moment. He smiled, just slightly, and for reasons she could not explain, her heart fluttered. She looked away quickly, scolding herself. This was Cedric Diggory, admired by nearly everyone at Hogwarts. She had more important things to worry about, like how to help Harry survive the tournament. Still, when the first task came and went, with dragons roaring and fire blazing, Hermione could not ignore the relief she felt when Cedric emerged alive, though singed and shaken. She ran straight to Harry, of course, fussing over his cuts and burns, but in the corner of her vision she caught Cedric looking around the stands, as though searching for someone. For a fleeting second, Hermione wondered if it was her. Later that evening, while most of the school celebrated, Hermione slipped away to the library. She needed to think, needed space to sort through the storm of emotions swirling inside her. But she was not alone for long. The quiet footsteps behind her announced his presence before she even looked up. "Granger," Cedric said softly, his voice carrying a warmth that startled her. "I thought I might find you here." Hermione blinked at him, confused. "Oh, Cedric. Congratulations on your task. You were brilliant." He smiled, modest as always. "Thanks. You were incredible too, helping Potter the way you did. I saw the way you supported him. You're loyal." Hermione flushed at the compliment, her cheeks warming. "I just do what I can. Harry needed me." Cedric leaned against the shelf, studying her carefully. "You're different from the others, you know. Most people treat this tournament like some sort of game. But you see it for what it is. Dangerous. Deadly." Hermione lowered her eyes, uncertain of how to respond. She had always felt that few people really understood her worries, not even Ron at times. But here was Cedric Diggory, of all people, seeing her for who she was. "I suppose," she said quietly. "I just don't want anyone to get hurt." "Neither do I," Cedric replied, and his tone carried a depth she had not expected. There was a silence between them, heavy yet not uncomfortable. Hermione dared to lift her gaze and found his eyes locked on hers, filled with something unspoken. She looked away quickly, but not before realizing that Cedric Diggory might feel more than just polite admiration toward her. That night, lying awake in the Gryffindor common room, Hermione replayed the encounter again and again in her mind. She told herself it meant nothing, that Cedric was only being kind. But deep down, a spark had been lit, one that would only grow as the tournament unfolded. The second task brought colder fears. When the champions discovered that their loved ones would be taken beneath the lake, Hermione had prepared to support Harry, never imagining that she herself would become part of the test. Being dragged underwater, bound by magical enchantments, she felt a terror unlike anything she had known. But when she awoke, coughing and shivering on the dock, her eyes immediately sought out Cedric. He was standing there, victorious yet drenched, and when their gazes met, his relief was plain. He crossed to her before even celebrating his own success. "Are you all right?" he asked, his voice low, almost urgent. Hermione nodded weakly, her heart thudding. "Yes, just cold." Without hesitation, Cedric shrugged off his cloak and draped it around her shoulders. The gesture was simple, but to Hermione it felt extraordinary. She saw the flicker of something in his eyes again, something she had not been mistaken about. And for the first time, she allowed herself to wonder what it might mean if Cedric Diggory truly cared for her. Unbeknownst to both of them, the final task would soon change everything, not just for Harry or Cedric, but for Hermione as well. What awaited in the shadows of the maze would decide not only the tournament, but the course of their hearts. The days after the second task were quieter, though the memory of icy water and merfolk voices lingered in Hermione's mind. She threw herself back into her studies, pretending everything was normal, but her thoughts wandered too often to Cedric Diggory. She told herself it was foolish. He was older, admired by nearly everyone, and surely had better things to worry about. Yet she could not forget the warmth of his cloak around her shoulders or the way his eyes had softened when he asked if she was all right. Harry noticed her distraction but said nothing, though Ron muttered once or twice about Diggory being too perfect for his own good. Hermione ignored him. Still, she knew she could not let her feelings distract her. Voldemort's shadow was growing darker, and the tournament was becoming more dangerous with each passing task. One evening, Hermione found herself in the library once again, parchment spread across the table as she researched charms that might help Harry. She was so absorbed that she nearly jumped when Cedric slid into the chair across from her. "You always seem to be here," he said with a grin. "It is a library," she answered, trying to sound brisk though her pulse quickened. "Some of us value it." His grin widened. "And some of us value the person inside it." Her quill slipped in her hand, leaving a blot of ink on the parchment. She glanced up sharply, but Cedric's expression was open, unguarded, and it was clear he meant what he said. Hermione swallowed hard, unsure how to respond. She had faced dragons and merfolk, yet Cedric Diggory's smile left her flustered in a way nothing else could. "You should be resting," she said finally, forcing composure. "The tournament isn't over yet." "I know," Cedric said, his voice softer now. "But I didn't come here to study. I came to see you." Hermione's cheeks burned. She busied herself with gathering her books, but Cedric reached across the table, his hand brushing hers lightly. She froze, the touch sending a shiver through her. "I mean it," he continued, his tone earnest. "You've been on my mind since the first task. You're brave, clever, and you care about people more than anyone else I've ever met. I didn't want to let the tournament end without saying something." For once, Hermione was speechless. She looked into his eyes, seeing no trace of mockery or insincerity. Cedric Diggory was not teasing her. He truly meant every word. I don't know what to say," she admitted at last. "Then don't say anything," Cedric replied, standing. "Just think about it." With that, he left her sitting at the table, her books forgotten, her thoughts spinning in a whirlwind she could hardly control. In the days that followed, Hermione tried to bury herself in work as usual, but Cedric's words replayed in her mind. She found herself noticing the little things. The way he laughed with his friends in the Great Hall, the way he always offered help to younger students, the quiet confidence in his walk. He was everything people admired him for, and more. And he liked her. Hermione Granger, who had never thought of herself as particularly beautiful or extraordinary, had caught Cedric Diggory's heart. The night before the final task, the champions were gathered for their instructions. The maze loomed outside, its hedges towering, its paths twisting into unknown darkness. As Dumbledore explained the rules, Hermione stood in the crowd, her eyes fixed on Harry, but every so often they flicked to Cedric. He caught her gaze once, and though the moment was brief, it steadied her. Afterward, as the crowd dispersed, Cedric approached her. "Granger," he said softly, so Harry and Ron would not hear. "If I don't make it out of that maze, I don't want you to wonder how I felt. You already know." Hermione's breath caught. She wanted to tell him to be careful, to promise he would survive, but the words tangled in her throat. Instead, she whispered, "Good luck, Cedric." He gave her a smile, one that reached his eyes, before walking away. Hermione stood rooted to the spot, her chest tight, torn between fear for Harry and fear for Cedric. When the final task began, the air in the stands was electric with anticipation. The champions vanished into the maze, and all Hermione could do was wait, her nails digging into her palms. Time crawled, shadows deepening as the crowd grew restless. Then, suddenly, two figures appeared at the end of the maze, running together. Hermione's heart leapt, Harry and Cedric. Both alive. They crossed the finish line side by side, and the stands erupted in cheers. Hermione surged to her feet, relief flooding her. She pushed through the crowd, desperate to see them, to confirm with her own eyes that Cedric was safe. When she finally reached the front, Cedric was standing tall, though his clothes were torn and his face streaked with dirt. Harry was beside him, both of them gripping the Triwizard Cup between them. But Cedric's eyes were scanning the crowd, searching, until they landed on her. Their gazes locked, and in that moment Hermione knew. Cedric Diggory had survived, and whatever lay ahead, nothing would be the same again. The celebrations at Hogwarts lasted late into the night. Students cheered, banners waved, and the Great Hall was alive with music and laughter. The Triwizard Tournament had ended in a rare tie. Both Harry and Cedric declared winners, and for the first time in weeks the castle felt light again. But Hermione could not shake the image of Cedric's dirt-streaked face, the intensity in his eyes when he had found her in the crowd. She sat at the Gryffindor table, trying to focus on Harry's story as he recounted the maze. Ron was full of questions, his voice rising with every interruption, but Hermione's attention wandered. Across the hall, Cedric was surrounded by Hufflepuffs, his house lifting him up as though he were their champion alone. He smiled at them, gracious and warm, but every so often his gaze drifted to her, lingering just long enough to make her heart race. When the feast ended, Hermione walked slowly back toward the Gryffindor Tower. Harry and Ron went ahead, still bickering about who had spotted which obstacle first, and she let their voices fade behind her. At the foot of the marble staircase, she stopped. Someone was waiting there. "Granger," Cedric said softly. Her breath caught. He had slipped away from his housemates unnoticed, and now stood just a few feet from her, his expression unreadable. "You did it," Hermione whispered, unsure why her voice felt so shaky. "You both made it." Cedric stepped closer, his presence filling the empty corridor. "Only because Harry and I worked together. But when I crossed that line, do you know the first thing I thought of?" Hermione shook her head, her pulse quickening. "You," Cedric said simply. The word seemed to echo in the silence. Hermione wanted to protest, to tell him not to say such things when the tournament had nearly cost him his life. Yet when she looked into his eyes, she saw no hesitation. He meant it. "Cedric," she began, her voice trembling. "You don't have to." "I want to," he interrupted gently. "Hermione, I don't care what anyone says. You're extraordinary. And after tonight, I can't pretend otherwise. I like you. More than I can explain." Hermione felt the world tilt slightly. No one had ever spoken to her like this, not with such sincerity. She swallowed hard, torn between fear and something she dared not name. "You barely know me," she whispered. Cedric smiled faintly. "I know enough. And I want to know more if you'll let me." Before she could answer, footsteps echoed down the hall. Harry and Ron appeared, laughing, and Cedric stepped back quickly, his expression guarded once more. "See you around, Granger," he murmured before slipping away into the shadows. Hermione stood frozen, her heart pounding. She told herself it was impossible, that Cedric Diggory had no reason to care for her. And yet, deep down, she knew he was telling the truth. The following days were uneasy. Though the tournament had ended, a strange heaviness lingered in the air. Harry grew quiet, often lost in thought, and Hermione suspected he had seen more in the maze than he was telling. Cedric, too, seemed changed. Though he smiled and laughed with his friends, there was a seriousness in his eyes when they strayed to her. One afternoon in the courtyard, Hermione found herself sitting with Harry, trying to coax him into sharing what troubled him. He hesitated, opening his mouth to speak, but the sound of approaching footsteps made them both glance up. Cedric was crossing the courtyard, and though he greeted Harry warmly, his eyes flicked briefly to Hermione. Harry excused himself after a few minutes, muttering about needing to see Professor Dumbledore. Hermione was left alone with Cedric, her heart racing once more. "You've been avoiding me," Cedric said quietly when Harry was gone. Hermione stiffened. "I've been busy." His smile was gentle. "Busy thinking, maybe." She looked away, unable to meet his eyes. "Cedric, this isn't fair. You're older, popular, a champion. Everyone admires you. Why waste your time on me?" He stepped closer, lowering his voice. "Because out of everyone in this castle, you're the only one who sees things clearly. You care when others don't. And when I was in that maze, fighting to survive, the thought that kept me going wasn't glory. It was the chance to see you again." Hermione's breath caught. She wanted to protest, to deny the warmth spreading through her chest, but Cedric's honesty left no room for doubt. Slowly, almost against her will, she met his gaze. And in that moment, she realized she wanted to believe him. But even as their bond grew, storm clouds gathered on the horizon. Whispers of Voldemort's return were beginning to spread, dark and dangerous, and Hermione knew that whatever feelings blossomed between her and Cedric would not be sheltered from the shadows to come. The days following the tournament blurred together. Officially, Hogwarts carried on as though nothing had changed. Classes resumed, the house tables filled with chatter, and exam results were announced with the usual excitement. Yet beneath the surface, an unease clung to the air. Harry grew restless, often slipping away for long walks alone. Dumbledore seemed distracted, his eyes more solemn than usual. And Cedric Diggory carried himself with a quiet gravity, as though he bore a truth heavier than the Triwizard Cup itself. Hermione felt it too. She had seen the way Harry avoided her gaze when she asked about the maze. Something terrible had happened, something he would not share even with Ron or her. But there was another presence that drew her thoughts again and again: Cedric. Late one evening, Hermione wandered down to the Black Lake, a book clutched in her hands though unread. She needed space to think, to sort through her jumbled feelings. The sun was dipping low, casting ripples of gold across the water, when footsteps approached. She did not need to turn to know who it was. "Granger," Cedric said softly, settling on the grass beside her. "You always choose the quiet spots." Hermione closed her book, her heart thudding. "Sometimes it's easier to think here." "Or harder," Cedric replied with a faint smile. "Depends on what you're trying to avoid." She glanced at him, her chest tightening. "I'm not avoiding anything." His expression gentled. "You're avoiding me." Hermione looked away, the weight of his words sinking in. "It's not that simple, Cedric. You're you. And I'm just Hermione Granger," he finished for her, his tone warm. "The brightest witch of her age, the one who sees what others miss, the one who doesn't back down from dragons or bullies. Don't tell me you think that's nothing." Her throat tightened. No one, not even Harry or Ron, had spoken of her like that. She fought the urge to hide her face, afraid he would see how much his words meant. "You shouldn't say things like that," she whispered. "Why not?" he asked gently. "It's true, and I want you to know how much I mean it." For a moment, silence stretched between them, broken only by the soft lapping of the lake. Hermione dared to glance at him, and when she did, Cedric's gaze was steady, unwavering. The setting sun caught the amber in his eyes, and her breath caught. "I don't know how to do this," she admitted at last, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've never." Cedric's smile was kind, reassuring. "Neither have I. But we'll figure it out. Together." Her heart raced, torn between fear and longing. Slowly, as though pulled by a force she couldn't resist, Hermione let herself lean closer. For the briefest instant, Cedric's hand brushed against hers, warm and steady, before he drew back slightly. "Not here," he said softly. "Too many eyes." Hermione nodded quickly, cheeks burning. She was almost grateful he had stopped her. Almost. The moment passed, but the air between them remained charged, heavy with everything unspoken. They sat in silence until the bell rang in the distance, calling students back to their dormitories. "Come on," Cedric said, rising to his feet. "We'll walk back together." As they strolled along the path, Hermione felt a strange mix of calm and exhilaration. It was reckless, what they were doing, keeping this quiet, meeting in shadows, but she could not bring herself to care. For once, she felt seen in a way she never had before. But even as she allowed herself to hope, the shadows of what Harry had endured in the maze lingered in her mind. She had not pressed him yet, but sooner or later the truth would come out. And when it did, she feared it would shatter the fragile peace they had found. The night before leaving Hogwarts, Hermione found Cedric again. This time it was in the courtyard, lantern light flickering across the stone. He was waiting for her, leaning casually against the archway, though his eyes softened the moment she approached. "I wanted to say goodbye," he told her quietly. "Not that it'll be for long. But I couldn't leave without seeing you." Hermione's chest tightened. "Cedric, what happens now?" When the summer comes, when everything changes. Then we find a way, he interrupted gently. If this is real, and I think it is, we won't let distance break it. Write to me. Meet me in Diagon Alley if you can. We'll figure it out. She nodded, her throat too tight for words. For a moment, they simply stood there, the unspoken hanging heavy between them. Then Cedric reached out, taking her hand lightly in his. Hermione did not pull away. Stay safe, Hermione, he whispered. You too, she replied. And with that, the term ended, the Hogwarts Express carrying them all back to a world that would soon be far more dangerous than any of them could imagine. But for Hermione, one truth burned brighter than fear. Cedric Diggory had chosen her, and she was not ready to let him go. The summer holidays arrived, and with them a strange stillness that Hermione had not expected. After the chaos of the Triwizard Tournament, the quiet streets of her parents' neighborhood felt almost too calm. The familiar creak of her bedroom floorboards, the smell of her mother's cooking, the sound of her father reading the morning paper. Everything was as it had always been. And yet Hermione felt different. Changed. Her trunk sat neatly against the wall, half unpacked, but inside, hidden beneath her robes, were letters tied with a ribbon. Cedric's handwriting filled them, neat and careful, each line carrying his warmth across the distance between them. He wrote about small things at first, training with his father, evenings spent at the leaky cauldron, the antics of Hufflepuff friends he missed. But as the days passed, the letters grew more personal. I keep thinking about that evening by the lake, he had written once. I wish we'd had more time. I wish I'd been braver. Hermione reread that line more times than she could admit. Her replies were long, though she tried to temper her words with reason. She told him about her books, her parents, her worries for Harry. But every so often, something slipped through, an admission of how often she thought of him, or how much his letters meant. It was one such letter that led to their first meeting of the summer. Cedric suggested they both visit Diagon Alley, under the pretense of shopping for school supplies. Hermione's parents agreed without question, unaware of the hidden significance. When she arrived, the cobbled streets were bustling as usual, shops alive with chatter and color. Hermione wandered through flourish and blots, her arms full of books, when a voice behind her made her heart leap. Need a hand with those? She turned, and there he was. Cedric Diggory, taller than she remembered, his smile warm and familiar. The sight of him among the crowded shelves sent a rush of relief through her, as though she had been holding her breath all summer without knowing it. Cedric, she breathed, trying to keep her voice steady. You're here. I said I would be, he replied, his grin softening into something gentler. He reached for the stack of books, their fingers brushing. Hermione felt heat rise in her cheeks. They left the shop together, wandering the busy street. For a while, they spoke of ordinary things, classes next term, the rising prices of quills, the chaos in Weasley's wizard wheezes. But beneath the words, tension hummed. Every glance, every accidental touch, carried more than either dared to say aloud. At last, Cedric led her down a quieter alleyway, away from the throng. I'm glad you came, he said softly. So am I, Hermione admitted, her heart hammering. For a moment they stood in silence, the sounds of Diagon Alley distant. Cedric stepped closer, his expression serious now. Hermione, I've thought about you every day since Hogwarts. I don't care if it's complicated or if people talk. I want this. Us. Whatever it becomes. Hermione's breath caught. Logic told her to be cautious, to remind him of the dangers ahead, of the storm gathering in the wizarding world. But in that quiet corner, with Cedric's eyes locked on hers, logic faltered. I want it too, she whispered. The words seemed to break a barrier. Cedric reached for her hand, his fingers intertwining with hers. The simple touch sent warmth flooding through her, stronger than any charm or spell. They spent the afternoon together, weaving through shops and side streets, their hands brushing, their laughter easy. Hermione had never felt so light, so free of the burdens that usually weighed her down. For once, she allowed herself to simply be a girl, walking beside a boy who cared for her deeply. But as the sun dipped low and her parents called her back, reality pressed in once more. Cedric walked her to the edge of the alley where Muggle London began, his hand lingering in hers until the last possible moment. Write to me, he said, his voice low, almost urgent. I will, Hermione promised. Their eyes held, the world narrowing to just the two of them, until finally she tore herself away. Her heart ached with both joy and longing as she stepped back into her parents' world, clutching Cedric's warmth in her memory. That night, she lay awake, replaying every moment. The summer stretched ahead, uncertain and filled with shadows, but one truth shone brighter than all the rest. Cedric Diggory had chosen her, and she had chosen him. Yet far away, in the dark corners of the wizarding world, whispers of Voldemort's return were spreading. And Hermione knew deep down that their happiness would not remain untouched for long. The Hogwarts Express puffed smoke into the crisp September air, its scarlet carriages gleaming as students bustled aboard. Hermione clutched her trunk handle, her heart caught between excitement and dread. She had written to Cedric all summer, their letters growing longer, more open, each one a lifeline against the rising tension of Voldemort's return. And now, after weeks of ink and parchment, she would see him again. Harry and Ron walked ahead, their voices low and strained. Harry had finally told them what had happened in the maze. The resurrection of Voldemort, the Death Eater's gathering, the duel that nearly killed him. Hermione's heart had clenched at every detail, but she had listened without interruption, because Harry needed her calm. Yet even as she comforted him, Cedric's face had flashed in her mind. Cedric, who had also been there, who had seen the truth. On the train, Gryffindor compartments filled quickly, but Hermione's eyes kept darting to the corridor. When Cedric appeared, tall and steady among the crowd, her chest tightened. He caught her gaze, and the corners of his mouth lifted in a smile that made her forget, for a moment, the weight of the world. "I'll see you later," Cedric murmured when he passed by, careful not to linger with Harry and Ron watching. Hermione nodded, her cheeks warming, and sank into her seat with her heart racing. By the time they arrived at Hogwarts, the castle's familiar turrets piercing the twilight sky, Hermione's anticipation was nearly unbearable. Yet the sorting feast brought little joy. A strange chill filled the great hall as Dumbledore introduced the new defense against the dark arts professor, Dolores Umbridge. Draped in pink, her voice sugary and false, she smiled in a way that made Hermione's stomach turn. When Umbridge interrupted Dumbledore's speech with her simpering giggle and patronizing words, Hermione stiffened in outrage. Her eyes flicked to Cedric at the Hufflepuff table. He was watching too, his jaw tight, his expression troubled. Their gazes met briefly, a silent understanding passing between them. Something was very wrong. That night, as students settled into their dormitories, Hermione slipped away. She had guessed where Cedric would be. He had always favored quiet places. Sure enough, she found him in the courtyard, leaning against a pillar, the moonlight catching in his hair. "You came," he said softly, relief flickering in his eyes. "Of course I did," Hermione whispered, stepping closer. "I've missed you." The words spilled out before she could stop them, but Cedric's smile told her he felt the same. He reached for her hand, his fingers brushing hers lightly before twining together. For a moment, they simply stood there, the world narrowing to just the two of them. "I don't like her," Cedric said after a pause, his voice low. "Umbridge. She's here for more than teaching. Did you see the way she looked at Dumbledore? The way she dismissed him?" Hermione nodded, her own expression grim. "She's from the Ministry. They don't believe Harry. They don't want to believe Voldemort is back. And she's here to make sure no one else does either." Cedric's jaw tightened. "Then we'll have to be careful. Both of us." Hermione swallowed hard, the weight of his words sinking in. She had always been cautious, but with Cedric beside her, the stakes felt higher. She wasn't only protecting Harry or fighting for the truth anymore. She was protecting this fragile, growing bond between her and Cedric, a bond that could so easily be crushed by the darkness rising around them. As the weeks passed, Umbridge's presence grew more suffocating. Her rules multiplied, her punishments crueler than anyone had expected. Hermione spent long nights in the library searching for ways to fight back, while Cedric offered quiet support from the shadows. They couldn't risk being seen together too often, not with gossip already circling, but in stolen moments, a shared smile in the corridor, a whispered word after class, their connection deepened. One evening, after yet another dreadful defense lesson where Umbridge forced them to read rather than practice spells, Hermione found Cedric waiting outside the classroom. He didn't speak until the hall was clear, then leaned close. "She's setting us up to fail," he murmured. "If Voldemort's really out there, we'll be defenseless." Hermione's eyes blazed with the fire he knew so well. "Then we won't wait for her. We'll find our own way to learn." For a moment, Cedric studied her, admiration flickering in his gaze. "You're incredible," he said softly. Hermione's cheeks warmed, but before she could reply, students began pouring from the nearby staircase. Cedric squeezed her hand quickly, then vanished into the crowd, leaving her heart hammering. That night, Hermione lay awake in her dormitory, torn between fear and determination. Voldemort was back, the Ministry was blind, and Umbridge was poisoning Hogwarts from within. But Cedric's words lingered in her mind, steady and sure. Whatever lay ahead, they would face it together. The weeks following Umbridge's arrival were some of the most stifling Hermione had ever endured. Her carefully organized notes and relentless dedication to learning were useless in a classroom where no magic was practiced. Reading passages about defensive spells while Voldemort gathered power in the shadows felt like watching water boil while the house burned. But Hermione was not one to wait idly. After one particularly frustrating lesson, she cornered Harry in the common room. "We can't let her decide what we learn," she said fiercely, her eyes flashing. "If the Ministry won't prepare us, we'll prepare ourselves." Harry stared at her, startled, and Ron muttered something about her being mental. But Hermione pressed on, her voice steady. "You've faced Voldemort. You fought Death Eaters. You know what we'll be up against. Teach us, Harry. All of us." It took days of persuasion, but at last Harry agreed. The word spread quietly through the school, whispered in corridors, passed from hand to hand like contraband. When the first secret meeting gathered at the Hog's Head, Hermione's chest tightened as students filled the dingy little pub. Some were Gryffindors she trusted, others Ravenclaws curious for knowledge. And then her heart skipped. Hufflepuffs filed in, and among them was Cedric Diggory. She hadn't asked him to come. She hadn't dared. But when his eyes found hers across the crowded room, she knew he understood. The meeting was awkward at first, voices rising in debate over who to trust, what to call themselves, whether Harry was really up to the task. But when Cedric stood, tall and composed, the noise stilled. "I was there," he said, his voice carrying in the smoky air. "In the maze. I saw what Harry saw. Voldemort is back. And if you think the Ministry will protect you, you're wrong. We have to protect ourselves. And I believe Harry can help us do that." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, but Hermione saw how heads nodded, how doubts quieted. Cedric's voice, calm and certain, carried a weight few could deny. Harry glanced at him, a flicker of relief in his eyes. And Hermione felt a rush of pride, and something deeper, at Cedric's courage. When the meeting ended, students filed out quickly, nervous about being seen. Hermione lingered behind, gathering parchment, until Cedric slipped to her side. "You didn't tell me," he said softly. Hermione flushed. "I wasn't sure you'd want to risk it. Umbridge is watching everything." His smile was faint but warm. "Hermione, if it's important to you, it's important to me. And this it matters." Her throat tightened. She wanted to throw her arms around him, to tell him how much it meant that he trusted her, but the pub door creaked, and they both stepped apart. In the weeks that followed, the DA, Dumbledore's army, as Hermione proudly named it, took root in the room of requirement. The hidden chamber became their sanctuary, filled with dummies, cushions, and shelves of spellbooks conjured by the castle itself. Harry's teaching proved stronger than anyone had expected, his practical lessons filling the gaps Umbridge had left. Cedric quickly stood out, his dueling skills sharp, his wand steady. But more than that, he encouraged others, offering quiet tips, steadying nerves, and praising even the smallest progress. His presence gave the group credibility. If a Triwizard champion believed in it, so did they. For Hermione, though, Cedric's presence was more complicated. She felt her focus waver when he sparred with her, his hand steadying her wrist, his eyes warm with unspoken meaning. Once, when her stupefy spell knocked him off his feet, laughter erupted around them, and Cedric grinned up at her from the floor. "Remind me not to get on your bad side," he teased, brushing dust from his robes. Hermione's cheeks burned, but she smiled despite herself. They grew skilled together, practicing long after others had left. Sometimes they spoke of ordinary things, books, Quidditch, future ambitions, but more often their conversations drifted into what lay ahead. Cedric's father wanted him to work at the ministry, but Cedric confided that he wasn't sure he trusted it anymore. Hermione admitted her fears for Harry, her anger at the blindness of the wizarding world. In those quiet moments, it was easy to forget the danger pressing in from all sides. But danger was never far. Umbridge's rules tightened daily, her punishments crueler, her eyes sharper. Hermione knew it was only a matter of time before the DA was discovered. And yet she could not bring herself to stop. The knowledge they gained was too vital, their unity too important. One evening, after a particularly intense practice, Cedric lingered as the others filed out. Hermione was gathering cushions when she felt him step close. "You're amazing, you know that?" he murmured. She glanced up, startled. "I'm just doing what needs to be done." "No," Cedric said firmly, his gaze steady. "You're doing more than that. You're giving people hope. You gave me hope." Hermione's breath caught. The words hung in the air, heavy and bright, and before she could respond, Cedric reached out and brushed a strand of hair from her face. The touch was fleeting, careful, but it left her heart racing. They stood in silence, the room of requirement glowing softly around them, until Cedric stepped back, his expression unreadable. "We should go," he said quietly. "Too many eyes." Hermione nodded, though part of her ached at the distance he put between them. She knew why. They couldn't afford to draw suspicion. But the moment lingered, a promise of something more, something that made the shadows of war a little less dark. As they slipped out into the empty corridors, Hermione felt both stronger and more vulnerable than ever. The DA was thriving, the danger was growing, and her heart was no longer entirely her own. The room of requirement had become a second home for Hermione. Its walls, ever shifting to match their needs, now gleamed with dueling targets and practice dummies. The DA's meetings had grown larger, more organized, and more daring. Harry's teaching grew sharper, more confident, and Hermione could see the difference it made in everyone's eyes. Students who had once looked afraid now cast spells with steady hands. And always Cedric was there. He wasn't loud or flashy. Instead, he brought a quiet authority that made others listen. Younger students clung to his encouragement. Older ones admired his discipline. When someone faltered, Cedric was the one who steadied them. When doubts arose, his words calmed them. Hermione couldn't help but admire the way he balanced strength with kindness, the way he made everyone feel capable. Yet it wasn't just admiration anymore. One evening, after a long practice, Harry called for pairs to duel. Hermione ended up facing Cedric, her wand raised, heart hammering. The moment Harry gave the signal, Cedric flicked his wand, sending a disarming spell her way. She blocked it, countered with a stunning spell, which he dodged effortlessly. Sparks filled the air, their movements quick and precise. Hermione's pulse raced, not just from the duel, but from the way Cedric's eyes never left hers, the way his smile flickered when she forced him back a step. Finally, with a clever feint, she caught him off guard, and his wand flew from his hand. Laughter and cheers filled the room. "Well done, Granger," Cedric said, catching his breath, his grin wide. He stepped closer, lowering his voice so only she could hear. "Remind me not to duel you in earnest." Hermione blushed, clutching his wand before handing it back. Their fingers brushed, and the world seemed to shrink around them. For one dangerous heartbeat, it felt as though nothing else existed. But danger was never far away. Outside the safety of the room of requirement, Umbridge's shadow loomed larger every day. Her inquisitorial squad patrolled the corridors, her endless decrees covered the walls. Detentions became feared punishments, her quill carving words into students' hands, as if branding them with silence. Hermione's fury grew with each story she heard. Cedric, too, wore the strain on his face. "She's closing in," he muttered one night as they walked side by side down an empty corridor. Their footsteps echoed against the stone. "It won't be long before she suspects something. We have to be careful." Hermione bit her lip. "I know, but we can't stop. People are learning real magic in there. They're readying themselves for what's coming. If we quit now, Umbridge wins, and Voldemort wins too." Cedric stopped, turning to face her. "I'm not saying stop. I'm saying be ready. If she catches us," his hand brushed hers just briefly, a silent plea. "Promise me you'll be careful." Hermione looked up into his gray eyes, steady and serious, and for once let her guard slip. "I promise," she whispered. But promises were fragile things. The DA continued, and so did the danger. Hermione and Cedric stole moments when they could, walking back from meetings together, studying late in the library under the pretense of homework, exchanging glances across the great hall. Each moment was fleeting, but each one deepened something unspoken between them. One night, after a particularly tense meeting, Hermione stayed behind to tidy up parchment and books. Cedric lingered too, his eyes following her as she stacked cushions against the wall. "You never stop, do you?" he teased gently. Hermione huffed, trying not to smile. "Someone has to keep things organized." Cedric stepped closer, lowering his voice. "You're the reason this works, Hermione. Harry teaches, yes, but you hold it all together. Without you, this would have fallen apart." She froze, his words sinking deep, warming places she hadn't realized were cold. Before she could respond, Cedric reached out, his hand brushing her arm lightly. She turned toward him, her heart racing, her breath catching. For a moment, neither spoke. The room of requirement was silent, its magic humming faintly around them. Cedric leaned closer, his voice almost a whisper. "I care about this. About them. About you." Hermione's throat tightened. She wanted to say something, anything, but words failed her. Instead, she let her hand rest in his, her fingers trembling slightly as they twined with his. It wasn't a kiss, not yet, but it was a beginning. The moment shattered when the door swung open. Both of them jumped apart as Harry stuck his head in, looking puzzled. "Oh, sorry. I thought you'd both left already." Hermione quickly gathered her things, her face hot, while Cedric simply gave Harry a calm nod. But as they walked back to their dormitories that night, Hermione's hand still tingled where his had held it, and she knew something had shifted between them. Yet outside their fragile bond, the storm kept gathering. Umbridge was watching more closely than ever. Rumors spread of informants among the students. And Hermione, for all her careful planning, could feel the walls closing in. Soon, something would have to break. Winter had settled over Hogwarts, the grounds blanketed in frost and the windows misted with ice. The room of requirement glowed warmly during DA meetings, the laughter of students practicing spells echoing against its enchanted walls. Hermione took pride in their progress. Patron uses beginning to shimmer in the air, shield charms holding firm under fire. For once, it felt like they were ready for the darkness ahead. But Hermione knew better than to trust comfort for long. Whispers of Umbridge's suspicions grew louder each week. The inquisitorial squad roamed with smug grins, handing out detentions and prowling like hunting dogs. Hermione's stomach twisted every time she saw Draco Malfoy smirking with his new badge pinned to his chest. One evening after practice, Cedric approached her while the others filed out. His expression was tense, shadows deep beneath his eyes. "I heard something," he murmured, keeping his voice low. "Umbridge has ordered some of the Slytherins to keep an eye on anyone acting unusual, especially those close to Harry." Hermione's grip on her bag tightened. "She's getting too close." Cedric's gaze searched hers. "We have to be careful. If she catches us, if she catches you, it won't just be detentions. She'll use it to discredit Harry, to crush everything you've built." Hermione knew he was right, but the thought of stopping filled her with dread. She thought of the younger students who had managed their first defensive charms, of Neville's proud grin when his stunning spell had finally hit its mark. They couldn't abandon this. "We'll stay careful," she said, her voice firm. "But we won't stop." Cedric studied her for a long moment, then nodded, though his jaw stayed tight. Days passed with growing tension. Hermione noticed how Cedric lingered near her more often in the corridors, subtle but protective. In the library, he'd slide into the seat across from her, pretending to read while keeping an eye on who came and went. At meals, he sometimes placed himself just close enough for their shoulders to brush, as though reminding her he was there. Hermione wanted to believe those gestures were enough, but every stolen glance, every near touch carried a risk. Once, in a quiet alcove, she dared to let his hand rest in hers for longer than a heartbeat. But when footsteps echoed nearby, they broke apart so quickly it left her shaken. Still, the bond between them deepened. Hermione found herself writing notes to him during the day, tucked discreetly into his bag by enchanted charm. At night, she replayed their brief conversations, the steadiness in his voice when fear threatened to overwhelm her. Cedric had become more than an ally. He was her anchor. Yet anchors could be dangerous when storms grew too fierce. The breaking point came late one evening when the DA gathered for practice. The room of requirement filled with the usual glow of spells, laughter and shouts echoing as Harry instructed them on shield charms. But Hermione noticed how jumpy everyone seemed, eyes flicking nervously toward the door. Halfway through the session, the door banged open. Gasps filled the room as Neville dropped his wand in shock. But it was only Dobby, the house elf, his ears flapping wildly as he stumbled inside. "Miss Hermione." "Mr. Harry," he squeaked, his eyes wide with panic. "She knows. Professor Umbridge, she is coming." Chaos erupted instantly. Students scrambled to pack up cushions and books, spells fizzling in the air. Harry barked orders, ushering people out in pairs. Hermione's heart pounded, her mind racing for a solution. Cedric grabbed her arm, his voice urgent. "We have to go. Now." Hermione hesitated, scanning the room to make sure nothing incriminating remained. But Cedric's grip tightened, pulling her toward the hidden exit just as the wall shimmered back into stone. Together they slipped into the corridor, their footsteps muffled by magic as Harry closed the door behind them. They ran, hearts thundering, until at last they ducked into an empty classroom, both breathing hard. The silence that followed was suffocating. "That was too close," Cedric muttered, raking a hand through his hair. "If she had caught us." Hermione pressed a finger to her lips, her body trembling. But she didn't. For a moment, they just stood there, staring at one another, the weight of what had almost happened pressing down on them. Then, almost without thinking, Cedric stepped closer. His hand cupped her cheek, warm and steady against her chilled skin. "You scare me sometimes," he whispered. "Not because of what you're doing, but because I don't know what I'd do if you were taken away." Hermione's breath caught. The fear in his voice stripped away every barrier she had tried to build between them. She leaned into his touch, her eyes closing briefly. "Then we can't let her catch us," she whispered back. Cedric's thumb brushed lightly along her jaw, lingering, before he pulled away, his expression torn between longing and restraint. The moment ended too quickly, but the truth had been spoken. They were in this together now, not just in the DA, but in something far more fragile and dangerous. And Hermione knew that with Umbridge tightening her net, the risks they faced had only just begun. The next morning at breakfast, the air in the Great Hall was thick with unease. Whispers traveled quickly among students, darting from table to table like restless sparks. The word was out. Umbridge had been prowling the corridors late at night, convinced that secret meetings were taking place. No one knew how close she had come to discovering the DA, but the tension was enough to make Hermione's stomach churn. Across the hall, Draco Malfoy wore a smug grin, leaning lazily against his bench as though he already knew the outcome. Hermione caught his eye and quickly looked away, unwilling to give him the satisfaction. But her pulse quickened. Malfoy was ambitious, and he would seize any chance to curry favor with Umbridge. Beside her, Harry muttered darkly about having to move their meetings. Hermione agreed. The room of requirement had been a miracle, but it wouldn't stay secret forever. If Umbridge was growing suspicious, they had to be smarter. Later that evening, when the DA gathered again, Hermione stood tall at the front of the room. "We need to adapt," she told the group firmly. "We can't meet on a fixed schedule anymore. We'll stagger our meetings, use different times, and vary how long they run. And if any of you hear even the smallest rumor about Umbridge sniffing around, you come to me or Harry immediately." The students nodded, murmuring agreement. Hermione caught Cedric's eye, and he gave her the faintest smile, one that steadied her nerves. That night, as the group dispersed, Cedric lingered behind again. Hermione felt her cheeks flush when he approached, though she tried to busy herself with stacking cushions to disguise it. "You were brilliant," Cedric said quietly. "You kept them calm when I know most of them are terrified." Hermione straightened, brushing dust from her robes. "They're right to be terrified. If we're caught, then we deal with it," Cedric interrupted gently. "But you always think 3 steps ahead. It's why this works. You give people direction when the rest of us can only feel fear." Hermione's throat tightened at his words. She wanted to tell him that his calm mattered just as much, that his steady presence gave her strength when even her mind raced in circles. Instead, she managed a small smile. "You always know what to say," she murmured. For a moment, Silence filled the room. Cedric's eyes softened, and he stepped closer. That's only true when I'm talking to you. Hermione's breath caught. She wasn't used to such words directed at her. Kindness, admiration, affection, all wrapped in a single glance. It disarmed her more thoroughly than any spell. Cedric, she began, but the rest of her words tangled on her tongue. He didn't press her. Instead, he simply reached for her hand, his fingers brushing hers before clasping gently. The touch was warm, steady, and for once Hermione let herself sink into it, even if just for a moment. The room seemed to hum around them, its magic shifting with their unspoken thoughts. Hermione found herself leaning just a little closer, her heart racing. Cedric's eyes searched hers, and for a second it felt as though the walls between them might finally break. But then the door handle rattled. Both of them froze, snapping apart as the door creaked open. Harry poked his head in, his face tired but curious. "Still here?" he asked. Hermione quickly gathered her bag. "Just finishing up." Cedric nodded in agreement, though his expression remained calm as ever. Harry didn't linger, only shrugged and left, but the moment was gone. Hermione felt her heart still racing as she followed Cedric out into the corridor. The walk back to their dormitories was quiet. When they reached the point where their paths split, Cedric paused. For a moment, he looked as though he might say something more. But instead, he simply gave her hand a final squeeze before letting go. "Be careful, Hermione," he said softly. She nodded, her voice caught in her throat. "You too." As Cedric walked away, his silhouette fading into the torchlit corridor, Hermione felt the ache of words left unspoken. Yet at the same time, she carried a warmth in her chest that steadied her resolve. Umbridge was tightening her grip. The Ministry was blind. Voldemort was gathering strength. But Hermione knew one thing with startling clarity. She was not facing any of it alone. And in the shadow of what lay ahead, that meant everything. By February, the castle had become a cage. Umbridge's rules covered every corridor, her bans spreading like weeds. Students whispered in corners, careful of the inquisitorial squad that prowled with self-importance. Hermione felt as though every glance, every word, was weighed and measured. And yet, the DA endured. Meetings continued under Hermione's careful planning, each one tighter and more cautious than the last. Students grew sharper in their spell work, their confidence rising even as the walls closed in. Hermione told herself this was worth it, that all the risks were justified, but still her chest tightened with fear whenever the door shut behind them. Cedric, however, was steady as stone. He practiced with a calm focus that steadied those around him. Younger students looked to him as much as to Harry, and Hermione often caught others imitating his movements, his wand work. She knew what he didn't say, that part of his resolve came from wanting to protect her as much as anyone else. One evening, after a practice where Cho Chang finally produced a silver swan patronus that glided gracefully across the room, Hermione lingered behind to clean up. Cedric stayed as well, as he often did, his presence unspoken but steady. "You should be proud," Cedric said softly as he helped her gather parchment. "Look at what you've done. They'd all be fumbling in the dark if not for you." Hermione shook her head, flustered. "It's not me. It's Harry. He's the one teaching." "You're the reason they keep coming back," Cedric countered. "You gave them this chance. You gave them hope." Hermione swallowed hard. She was used to praise from professors, from grades, from books. But Cedric's words cut deeper, warmer. "I couldn't do any of this without you," she admitted before she could stop herself. His smile was faint, almost hesitant. "You don't know how much it means to hear that." For a moment, the air between them shifted, heavier, warmer. Hermione felt her heart quicken as he stepped closer. His hand brushed hers, lingering, his gray eyes searching hers with something she couldn't quite name, but understood all the same. But then the door opened, and the spell broke. It was Zacharias Smith, awkward and oblivious, muttering about having left behind his quill. Hermione pulled back quickly, cheeks flushing, while Cedric smoothed his expression into calm neutrality. Later, as they walked the corridor together, Cedric leaned close. "One day," he murmured, "we'll get a moment without interruptions." Hermione's lips curved into a small, reluctant smile, though fear lingered beneath it. "One day," she echoed. But fate had other plans. The following week, Hermione began to notice odd behavior. Cho had been distracted during practice, glancing nervously at her friend Marietta. Marietta herself had grown distant, her smile brittle, her excuses frequent. Hermione tried to shake it off. Students had their own worries, after all, but unease gnawed at her. Cedric noticed too. After one meeting, he pulled Hermione aside. "Something's wrong," he said quietly. "That girl, Marietta. She doesn't want to be here. She looks at the door more than she does at Harry." Hermione bit her lip, dread curling in her stomach. "I put protections on the parchment we used to sign up. If anyone betrays us, they'll regret it." Cedric frowned. "Protections? Nothing permanent," Hermione assured quickly, though her voice wavered. "But enough that they won't get away unscathed." He didn't press her further, though concern lingered in his eyes. "Just be ready. If the DA is exposed, it won't be her that pays the highest price. It'll be you. And Harry." Hermione knew he was right. She lay awake that night, staring at the canopy of her bed, wondering if she had pushed too far. But every time doubt tried to creep in, she remembered Neville's determined face, Luna's quiet bravery, Cedric's steady hand. They needed this. They needed her. Days later, the blow finally came. Rumors spread like wildfire through the corridors. Umbridge had evidence of a secret group, evidence that Harry was leading a rebellion. The inquisitorial squad was on the move, their badges gleaming as they strutted through the halls. Students whispered of betrayal, though no one knew the source. Hermione's chest tightened as she caught sight of Harry, his face pale, his eyes stormy. She knew before he even said a word. Someone had told. That night, Cedric found her pacing in the library, her hands shaking as she shoved books aside. "It's happening," Hermione whispered, her voice raw. "She knows. Someone betrayed us." Cedric's hand closed gently around hers, stilling her. His voice was steady, calm against her panic. "Then we don't fall apart. We'll face this, like we've faced everything else. Together." Hermione met his eyes, fear clawing at her but steadied by his quiet certainty. The betrayal had come. The storm had broken. The DA was about to be tested like never before. And in the shadows of it all, Hermione clung to one truth. She and Cedric were no longer just fighting for Hogwarts. They were fighting for each other. The next morning, whispers chased Hermione down every corridor. Students craned their necks, their voices buzzing like wasps. She felt the weight of their eyes, though none dared speak directly to her. It was Cedric who finally told her the truth. He found her outside the Great Hall, his expression grim. "It was Marietta," he said. "She told Umbridge everything." Hermione's stomach plummeted. "How do you know?" "She's in the hospital wing." Parvati said her face is covered in spots. "Purple ones." Spelling words. Hermione's throat tightened as her own spell came back to haunt her. "She betrayed us," she whispered. "The parchment. It was enchanted to brand traitors." Cedric looked at her steadily, but there was no judgment in his eyes. Only concern. "What does it say?" "Sneak," Hermione admitted, her voice cracking. "It writes sneak across their skin. I thought it would stop anyone from turning us in." Cedric exhaled slowly. "You wanted to protect us. I understand that. But Umbridge isn't going to stop at humiliating Marietta. She'll use this to destroy everything." And she did. By the afternoon, Umbridge summoned Harry, Hermione, and a handful of others to her office. Cedric slipped into the crowd, determined not to let Hermione face it alone. The walls of her office were plastered with decrees, her toad-like smile wider than ever. "Well, well," Umbridge croaked, her eyes gleaming. "I have been most curious about the little gatherings you children have been holding. Imagine my delight when one of your own came to me with the truth." Hermione's fists curled at her sides. "She didn't come willingly. You pressured her." Umbridge's eyes narrowed, and her voice turned sickly sweet. "Such accusations, Miss Granger. But no matter. The facts remain. You have been organizing meetings. Rebellious, dangerous, illegal meetings." Harry tried to defend himself, but Umbridge cut him off with a slam of her hand on the desk. "Do not lie to me, Potter. I know you are the ringleader." Hermione's heart hammered as she stepped forward. Harry wasn't the only one. "If you want to punish someone, punish me too. I organized the parchment. I planned the meetings." A sharp intake of breath filled the room, but Cedric didn't hesitate. He moved beside her, his presence a shield. "And me. I trained them as well. You want names, you already have them." Umbridge's smile curdled into a sneer. How noble, how gallant. But bravery will not save you from consequences. Dumbledore himself will hear of this. Perhaps expulsion will teach you all a proper respect for authority. The mention of Dumbledore sent a flicker of hope through Hermione's chest, but it was quickly drowned by fear. Umbridge had the Ministry behind her, and she wielded her power like a weapon. "Take them," she ordered the inquisitorial squad, who stepped forward with smug expressions. Draco Malfoy led the group, his eyes glittering with triumph. "Enjoy your moment of glory," he sneered at Harry, "because it's about to end." As they were marched through the corridors, Cedric leaned close to Hermione, his voice low and steady. "Whatever happens, don't let her break you. She wants fear. Don't give it to her." But Hermione could feel her composure slipping. The students they had trained, the hope they had kindled, all of it was about to be crushed under Umbridge's hand. They were brought before Dumbledore in his office. He sat behind his desk, eyes sharp and unreadable as Umbridge presented her evidence with relish. Marietta stood trembling beside her, a scarf pulled high to cover the damning words still etched across her face. Dumbledore listened quietly, hands steepled, while Umbridge's shrill voice filled the room. "The proof is irrefutable, Headmaster. Potter and his little friends have been plotting against the Ministry. They call themselves Dumbledore's Army." Hermione flinched at the name, realizing too late the trap her own brilliance had laid. She had chosen that title as a rallying cry, but now it was being twisted into the weapon that might destroy them. Dumbledore's gaze flickered to her, then to Cedric, then to Harry. His voice was calm when he finally spoke. "I see. And you believe this organization was formed under my instruction?" "Of course," Umbridge crowed. "Why else would they choose such a name?" The silence that followed stretched taut. Hermione's heart pounded in her ears, every second heavy with dread. And then Dumbledore rose. His voice carried with a quiet authority that silenced even Umbridge. "If you insist upon placing blame, then I shall make it simple for you. Dumbledore's Army was my idea. These students acted under my direction. If punishment is needed, it falls on me." Hermione's breath caught. "No," she began, but Cedric squeezed her hand, warning her to stay silent. Umbridge's face turned a mottled shade of purple. "You admit it?" she screeched. "You admit to forming this illegal group?" Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly, though his voice was grave. "I do." Before Hermione could process the weight of it, before Cedric could speak, the office erupted into chaos. Fudge stormed in with Aurors, demanding Dumbledore's immediate arrest. But the headmaster, as always, was 2 steps ahead. With a single spell, he disarmed the Aurors, then turned to the students. "Have courage," he told them, his voice firm. "This is only the beginning." And with that, he vanished in a blaze of phoenix fire, leaving Hermione trembling in shock, Cedric's hand gripping hers like an anchor as the world tilted beneath them. The castle felt different after that night. Dumbledore's office, once a symbol of safety, had become the stage for his vanishing act, and his absence hung over every corridor like a shadow. Hermione felt the loss like a physical ache. Without him, Hogwarts was vulnerable. Without him, Umbridge had free reign. By morning, the news had spread. Albus Dumbledore was gone, fled from the Ministry's grasp. And in his place, Dolores Umbridge had been appointed headmistress. Her smug announcement echoed through the great hall, her voice amplified by magic as she declared order and obedience would now reign supreme. Hermione's spoon clattered against her porridge as the words sank in. Across the table, Harry stared grimly at his plate, Ron muttered curses under his breath, and Cedric sat still, his jaw tight with restrained fury. "She'll crush us," Hermione whispered, more to herself than anyone. "Not if we don't let her," Cedric said firmly. His voice was low but steady. "Dumbledore trusted us to keep fighting. That doesn't change because he's gone." Hermione wanted to believe him, but the days that followed tested her hope. Umbridge wasted no time consolidating power. Her inquisitorial squad grew bolder, strutting through the halls, gleefully docking points and handing out detentions. New decrees appeared almost daily, each one more suffocating than the last. Students whispered that she had taken Dumbledore's office for herself, her squat figure sitting in the headmaster's chair as though it had always belonged to her. In classes, she prowled like a vulture, quick to pounce on anything resembling defiance. Hermione barely concealed her contempt, though Cedric often squeezed her hand beneath the desk to keep her from speaking out. He knew her temper could be her undoing. It wasn't only the rules. It was the fear. Students who once laughed and whispered now kept their heads down, careful not to draw attention. Marietta's scarred face haunted Hermione, proof of betrayal and consequence all at once. Though Hermione knew her curse had been meant as protection, she couldn't shake the image of guilt etched across Marietta's features. One night, unable to sleep, Hermione wandered into the library. Cedric found her hunched over a stack of books, her eyes red from strain. "You're torturing yourself," he said softly, pulling out a chair. "I branded her," Hermione whispered, staring down at her hands. "I thought I was being clever. I thought I was protecting everyone. But I turned one of our own into a spectacle." Cedric reached across the table, taking her hand. "You didn't force her to betray us. She made that choice. You only ensured we knew the truth. That matters." Her throat tightened. "And what if it's not enough? What if we can't stop her?" For a moment, Cedric didn't answer. Then he leaned forward, his gray eyes steady and unwavering. "Then we survive her. Together. She doesn't get to break us, Hermione. Not you, not me, not any of us." Hermione swallowed hard, feeling the weight of his words. It wasn't a promise of victory, but of endurance. And somehow that gave her strength. The DA could no longer meet in the room of requirement, too dangerous, too closely watched. But that didn't mean they stopped. Smaller groups practiced in secret, slipping spells into quiet corners, trading charms in hushed whispers. Cedric and Hermione often worked together with Harry, coaching students one by one rather than as a crowd. Still, the risk grew sharper each day. One evening, as they walked back from a hidden practice, they were caught by Malfoy and two of the inquisitorial squad. "Well, well," Malfoy drawled, his pale face gleaming in the torchlight. "What do we have here?" "The head girl who thinks she's above the law and Diggory the noble champion." Hermione stiffened, her hand tightening around her wand. Cedric stepped subtly in front of her, shielding her with his body. "We were walking back from the library, Malfoy. Not everyone spends their nights spying for Umbridge." Malfoy's smirk widened. "Careful, Diggory. Insults might land you in detention. And we both know Umbridge has creative ways of teaching obedience." Hermione's blood boiled, but Cedric kept calm. "Then maybe you should be the one careful. You think this castle belongs to her, but it doesn't." "Not really." For a moment, tension crackled between them. Malfoy sneered, muttered something to his cronies, and stalked off. Only when he was gone did Hermione exhale, her knees weak with adrenaline. "You could have hexed him," she whispered. Cedric gave her a faint, wry smile. "And given him exactly what he wanted?" "No. We're smarter than that." "You're smarter than that." Hermione let out a shaky laugh, the fear easing just enough for her to manage a smile. "You always know what to say, don't you?" He shrugged lightly. "Only when it comes to you." Hermione's cheeks warmed, though the moment was fleeting. The war inside Hogwarts was only beginning, and both knew it. But in Cedric's quiet steadiness, Hermione found her anchor. No matter how tight Umbridge's grip became, she wasn't alone. By March, Umbridge's cruelty had reached its peak. Her punishments were no longer whispered rumors, but undeniable scars etched into the students she sought to control. The worst was her quill, the one that wrote lines not on parchment but on the flesh of the hand, the words scarring red and raw. Hermione had seen Harry return from detention with his hand bleeding, the words "I must not tell lies" carved into his skin. She'd wanted to storm into Umbridge's office and hex her into the wall, but Harry refused, insisting it would only make things worse. Still, Hermione burned with fury. It wasn't just Harry. More and more students began returning from detentions with haunted eyes and shaking hands. Umbridge's reign wasn't just about rules anymore. It was about fear. Cedric, however, refused to let that fear take root. When a frightened third-year Hufflepuff stumbled into the library one evening, clutching his bleeding hand, Cedric sat with him for hours, gently cleaning the wound and teaching him a simple charm to ease the pain. Hermione watched silently, her heart swelling as Cedric soothed the boy with quiet patience. "She wants us to be scared," Cedric told the boy softly. "But pain doesn't make you weak. It proves you're stronger than her." Later, when they were alone, Hermione whispered, "I don't know how you do it. You always know how to make them feel safe, even when nothing is safe anymore. Cedric gave her a small smile, though his eyes were weary. Maybe because I know how it feels. I've been scared too, Hermione. But the difference is, I've found someone worth standing strong for. Hermione froze, her breath catching at the weight of his words. The library was quiet around them, the firelight flickering against his face, and for a moment she wondered if the world outside had stopped altogether. She didn't answer immediately, too afraid her voice might break, but the look in her eyes said everything she couldn't put into words. Their closeness became both a strength and a danger. Together, they worked with Harry to keep the DA alive in fragments, meeting with small groups of students in secret alcoves and abandoned classrooms. Each lesson was riskier, each success a quiet act of rebellion. But Umbridge grew suspicious. She prowled the corridors at night, her inquisitorial squad more relentless than ever. One evening, Hermione and Cedric barely escaped detection when Filch began pounding on the door of a disused classroom where they'd been practicing shield charms. Cedric pulled her through a hidden passage just as Malfoy's voice rang out, demanding the door be opened. They stumbled out into the dark, hearts racing, laughter bubbling between them despite the danger. "You're enjoying this," Hermione accused breathlessly once they were safe. Cedric grinned, his hair falling messily into his eyes. "Not the running part, but the part where I get to escape with you, yes." Hermione shook her head, though her lips curved into a reluctant smile. Even in the darkest moments, he found light. But not every student was so fortunate. A week later, Neville arrived late to class with his hand swathed in bandages. When Hermione cornered him afterwards, his voice cracked as he admitted he'd earned detention for standing up to Malfoy. The sight of his injured hand broke something inside her. "This has to stop," Hermione said fiercely to Cedric as they walked together that night. "We can't just keep hiding and hoping it gets better. She's hurting people." Cedric stopped, turning to face her in the dim corridor. "I know, but if we push too hard, she'll destroy us before we're ready. We can't lose sight of what we're fighting for, Hermione. It's not about striking back at her, it's about surviving her long enough to make a difference." Hermione's anger simmered, but Cedric's steady voice cooled the fire just enough. She hated that he was right. Still, as they walked back to the common rooms, Cedric reached for her hand, his fingers threading through hers. It was a quiet act, hidden from the eyes of patrolling prefects and inquisitorial squads, but to Hermione, it felt like defiance of the highest order. For all Umbridge's rules and punishments, she could not control what was growing between them. Hermione squeezed his hand tightly, her voice quiet but sure. "Then we'll survive her. Together." Cedric smiled faintly, though his eyes were shadowed with the weight of what lay ahead. "Together," he echoed, and for a moment, that single word felt like their strongest weapon. Spring crept into Hogwarts, but there was no warmth in the castle walls. The sunlight that once made the lake sparkle now seemed dimmer, muted by the oppressive air Umbridge carried wherever she went. Her latest decree struck harder than the rest. All forms of written and magical communication between students were to be inspected. It meant no more secret notes, no more clever charms to pass messages unseen. The corridors buzzed with anxiety as owls were intercepted, letters unsealed and read aloud in the staff room. Hermione's stomach turned at the thought of her parents' private words being pawed over by Umbridge's sticky fingers. "This is how she wins," Hermione muttered one evening in the library, glaring at the latest decree tacked to the wall. "She cuts us off from each other, isolates us until we're too scared to even whisper." Cedric sat across from her, his brow furrowed. "Then we don't let her. There are other ways to communicate. Old ways, ways she won't expect." Hermione looked up, curious despite her frustration. "Like what?" He leaned forward, lowering his voice. "Hufflepuffs have passed messages for centuries without parchment. Codes built into conversations, words hidden in plain sight. If she wants to monitor quills and parchment, fine. We'll use our voices instead." Hermione's lips parted in surprise, then slowly curved into the beginnings of a smile. "Spoken codes," she murmured. "Simple enough to teach, subtle enough to avoid suspicion. And we'll need messengers she won't suspect," Cedric added. "Younger students. First years. They're invisible to her. No one expects them to be part of a rebellion." Hermione's eyes gleamed with admiration. "You're brilliant." He chuckled softly, shaking his head. Not brilliant. Just stubborn. I refuse to let her silence us. That night, in a quiet corner of the library, they began drafting the code. Certain phrases would mean safe meeting places, others would signal danger. A question about homework could hide a call for help. Hermione scribbled furiously, her mind alight with possibilities, while Cedric kept pace with practical suggestions. Hours passed unnoticed until Hermione leaned back, stretching her cramped fingers. She glanced at Cedric, only to find him watching her with an intensity that stole her breath. "What?" she asked, cheeks warming. He smiled faintly. "Just wondering how one person can be this determined and still find time to look beautiful when they're plotting rebellion." Hermione's heart stuttered. She ducked her head, suddenly aware of the heat rising to her face. "You're ridiculous," she muttered, though her voice lacked conviction. "Maybe," he said softly. "But it's true." The silence that followed was thick with unspoken words. Hermione felt the moment tugging at her, fragile and dangerous, yet undeniable. She wanted to tell him what his presence meant to her, how his steady calm was the only thing keeping her from breaking. But the words stuck in her throat, choked by fear of saying too much. Instead, she reached for his hand across the table. Cedric's fingers closed around hers instantly, warm and certain. No words were needed. Their new code spread quietly, student to student, hidden in casual conversation. Umbridge prowled the halls, smug in her belief that she had cut off their lifeline, never realizing that her own arrogance had left her blind. But resistance came at a cost. When Seamus used the code to warn of an approaching inquisitorial patrol, he was caught lingering near the astronomy tower. Umbridge gave him detention, and he returned the next day with fresh cuts across his hand. Hermione wanted to weep at the sight, but Cedric pulled her aside. "Don't lose sight of what this means," he said gently. "They're hurting us because they're afraid of us. That means we're making a difference." Hermione met his gaze, her chest tight. "But how much can they take? How much more until someone breaks?" Cedric hesitated, then cupped her cheek, his touch feather-light but grounding. "As long as we stand together, we won't break. I promise you that." For the first time in weeks, Hermione allowed herself to believe it. The castle was dark and dangerous, Umbridge's shadow spreading further each day. But in the quiet moments stolen in the library, in the brush of Cedric's hand against hers, Hermione found a kind of light that no decree could extinguish. And with that light, she resolved they would endure. By mid-April, Umbridge had crowned herself Queen of Hogwarts. Her title as High Inquisitor gave her the authority to inspect teachers, and she wielded it with sickly satisfaction. Hermione sat stiff-backed in transfiguration as Umbridge perched in the corner, quill scratching across her clipboard. Every flick of McGonagall's wand, every sharp word, was met with exaggerated notes and a smug smirk. When the lesson ended, McGonagall dismissed the class with her usual crisp tone, but her eyes lingered on Umbridge with a steel Hermione had never seen so sharp. Hermione lingered at the doorway, watching as Umbridge's syrupy voice filled the room. "Your methods are outdated, Minerva. Far too aggressive. Hardly suitable for young minds." McGonagall's lips thinned. "I will teach as I have always taught. Effectively. If that does not please you, I suggest you take it up with the Board of Governors." Umbridge's smile curdled. "Oh, I already have." Hermione's fists clenched, anger boiling inside her. Cedric, standing beside her, quietly guided her out of the room before she said something reckless. In the corridor, she burst out. "She's trying to tear down everything that makes Hogwarts Hogwarts. She doesn't care about teaching. She only cares about control." Cedric's voice was low but steady. "Then we make sure she doesn't win. She can write her reports, throw her detentions, spout her nonsense. But she can't erase what we've built. Not unless we let her." Hermione stopped, turning to him with wide eyes. "How do you do it? How do you stay so calm when everything feels like it's falling apart?" He hesitated, then reached for her hand. His thumb brushed her knuckles in slow, grounding circles. "Because I'm not fighting for her approval. I'm fighting for you. For us. That makes it easier to face her." Hermione's breath caught. Her chest tightened at the honesty in his voice, at the intensity in his gray eyes. She wanted to answer, to tell him that he was the reason she hadn't crumbled already. But words felt clumsy, too small for what swelled inside her. Instead, she squeezed his hand, her silence heavy with meaning. That night, after another secret DA practice disguised as study groups, Hermione and Cedric stayed behind to tidy up. The others slipped away in pairs, their laughter hushed as it faded into the distance. Alone at last, Hermione stacked books with shaking hands, aware of Cedric's closeness. "You've been carrying so much," Cedric said softly, watching her. "More than anyone realizes." Hermione bit her lip. "If I stop, it all falls apart. The DA, the codes, the resistance, it only works if I keep it together." "Then let me share the weight," he said firmly. "You don't have to do this alone." She turned toward him, eyes stinging with unshed tears. "What if I let someone in, and it all falls apart anyway? What if I lose them?" His expression softened, his hand rising to brush a stray curl from her face. "Then you'll have me. Always." The words hung between them, raw and undeniable. Hermione's heart raced, her every instinct screaming to retreat behind logic and reason, but her body betrayed her. She leaned forward, closing the distance just enough that their foreheads touched. For a heartbeat, the world was silent. No Umbridge, no decrees, no inquisitorial squad. Just the two of them in a stolen moment of fragile peace. Then Cedric tilted his head, his lips brushing hers in the gentlest of kisses. It was brief, hesitant, as though asking permission. Hermione froze, then melted, her arms winding around him as she answered with equal softness. When they pulled apart, breathless, Hermione whispered, "We can't let anyone see." Cedric smiled faintly, resting his forehead against hers. "Then we'll make this our secret. One she'll never touch." Hermione closed her eyes, letting the warmth of his embrace banish the chill of Umbridge's reign. For the first time in months, she felt something stronger than fear: hope. The weeks after their first kiss passed in a blur of secrecy and stolen moments. Hermione found herself lingering in the library long after curfew under the excuse of research, though Cedric often joined her, disguised by the excuse of helping her plan lessons for the DA. Their conversations wandered from spells to hopes for the future, to small, tender admissions neither had ever shared with anyone else. But secrets had a way of seeping into the open. Harry, ever observant when it came to Hermione, noticed first. He saw the way her eyes lit up when Cedric entered a room, how her sentences slowed as though she were listening for his voice. During one late-night DA meeting, Harry caught them exchanging a glance too long, too loaded to be innocent. After practice, when Cedric left to escort a group of younger students back to their common rooms, Harry cornered Hermione. "You like him, don't you?" His tone wasn't accusing, but surprised, almost protective. Hermione's cheeks flushed. "Harry, I'm not angry," Harry interrupted quickly. "I just didn't see it coming. You and Cedric." He hesitated, then added, "But he makes you happy, doesn't he?" Hermione softened at the gentleness in his voice. "He does. More than I ever thought possible." Harry gave a small nod, relief in his eyes. "Then I'm glad. Just be careful. Umbridge would love nothing more than to use something like this against us." If Harry was cautious but supportive, Ron was not. He had been quieter since the DA formed, his resentment simmering just below the surface. When he spotted Cedric brushing Hermione's hand during a practice session, his temper snapped. Afterward, in the corridor outside the room of requirement, Ron rounded on her. "So it's true then? You and Diggory?" Hermione stiffened, bracing for the worst. "Ron, this isn't." "Don't bother denying it," Ron snapped. His ears had gone red. "What happened, Hermione?" "He's tall and charming, and suddenly I'm invisible." Hermione drew herself up, her voice sharp. "This isn't about you, Ron. It's about me. For once, I've found someone who respects me, who doesn't dismiss me every time I open my mouth. Cedric listens. He believes in me. That matters." Ron's face contorted, but he couldn't find an answer. With a frustrated noise, he stormed down the hall, leaving Hermione shaking with a mixture of fury and sorrow. When Cedric returned later that night, she told him what had happened. He listened quietly, then reached for her hand. "Ron's not wrong to feel left out, but he's wrong to take it out on you. If it helps, I'll talk to him." Hermione shook her head. "No, this is something he'll have to work through. I just hope he doesn't turn his anger into something Umbridge can use." But it wasn't only Ron watching. Draco Malfoy, ever eager for ammunition, had begun to notice the closeness between them. He sneered at Cedric during lessons, dropping sly comments about prefects getting cozy with mudbloods. Cedric ignored him, but Hermione knew it was only a matter of time before Malfoy carried tales to Umbridge. And sure enough, the very next day, a new decree appeared on the notice board. All relationships between students that may cause distraction from their studies or create disorder are strictly prohibited. The words were written in Umbridge's tight, curling script, her smug signature stamped at the bottom. Students whispered angrily in the corridors, some tearing the parchment down only for more to appear minutes later. Hermione's stomach dropped as she read the decree. She could almost hear Umbridge's voice, dripping with false concern. For the good of discipline, of course. That evening, Cedric found her pacing in the room of requirement. He caught her wrist gently, stilling her. "This is about us." Hermione swallowed hard. She knows. Or at least suspects. Cedric's jaw tightened. Then we'll just have to be smarter. We've already hidden the DA from her for months. We can hide this too. Hermione wanted to believe him, wanted to let hope override the dread curling in her stomach. She leaned into him, resting her forehead against his chest. "I just don't want you to suffer because of me." His arms wrapped around her, strong and sure. "Hermione, surviving the tournament taught me something. Life's too short to waste being afraid of what makes us happy. You're worth any risk." For the first time that day, she let herself breathe. But as the walls of Hogwarts seemed to close in tighter with every new decree, Hermione couldn't shake the feeling that their secret love had become more dangerous than ever. The decree about relationships spread through Hogwarts like poison. For most students, it was little more than another irritation in Umbridge's growing arsenal of rules, but for Cedric and Hermione, it was a warning bell. Their stolen moments became briefer, their glances more careful, their conversations clipped when anyone else was near. Still, no matter how carefully they moved, the sense of being watched never left. It came to a head during Charms. Professor Flitwick had just finished demonstrating a complex summoning spell when Umbridge waddled in, clipboard at the ready. She lingered at the back, her beady eyes not on Flitwick, but on Cedric and Hermione. "Miss Granger, Mr. Diggory," she said suddenly, her voice thick with false sweetness. "You will demonstrate the spell together." Hermione's pulse quickened. She rose from her seat, wand in hand, Cedric matching her movements with calm precision. Together they aimed at the target, murmured the incantation, and the object soared neatly across the room. Perfect execution. Yet Umbridge clapped her stubby hands with mock delight. "How charming. The two of you work so very well together. One might almost think you spend far too much time practicing privately." A few students snickered. Hermione felt her face flush hot, but Cedric placed a steadying hand at her back, guiding her back to her seat without a word. His calm was her anchor, but she could feel Umbridge's gaze boring into her long after the lesson ended. That evening, she stormed into the room of requirement, slamming her books onto a table. "She's baiting us. She knows. I can't keep pretending she doesn't." Cedric shut the door quietly behind them. "Then we stop pretending." Hermione whirled on him. "And do what? Hold hands in the corridor? Kiss her smug smile off? She'll use it to tear us apart, Cedric." He crossed the room in 2 strides, taking her hands firmly in his. "Hermione, she can only use it if we let her. I'm not ashamed of us. I won't hide what we have because of her decrees." Her anger melted into something else, fear mixed with longing. She hated how right he was, yet how dangerous it felt to agree. She sank into his arms, her voice muffled against his chest. "I don't want to lose you." "You won't," he murmured. "Not to her. Not to anyone." But outside the sanctuary of the room, cracks were forming. Malfoy had been watching them closely, his sharp eyes catching every near touch, every soft look. Late one evening, he cornered Cedric outside the library, Crabbe and Goyle flanking him like dogs. "You think you're clever, don't you, Diggory?" Malfoy sneered, hiding behind bookshelves with the mudblood. "It's pathetic. When Professor Umbridge hears about this little romance, you'll be done for. Both of you." Cedric's grip on his wand tightened, but he forced his voice to stay even. "Careful, Malfoy. You're not nearly as untouchable as you think." Malfoy's smirk widened. "We'll see about that." True to his word, the very next day Hermione was summoned to Umbridge's office. The walls were plastered with kitten plates, their purring a twisted backdrop to the tension. Umbridge folded her hands, her smile saccharine. "Miss Granger," she began, "it has come to my attention that you may be distracted from your studies. Certain students have observed you spending a suspicious amount of time with Mr. Diggory." Hermione's mind raced. If she denied too firmly, she'd sound defensive. If she admitted anything, she'd hand Umbridge a weapon. So she forced her voice to remain calm. "Mr. Diggory and I are both prefects. We've been coordinating duties and study schedules." Umbridge's eyes glittered. "How very noble. Yet I must remind you of Educational Decree 26. Relationships that undermine discipline are strictly forbidden. I would hate to see your spotless record tarnished by foolish attachments." Hermione clenched her jaw, keeping her fury carefully hidden. "Understood, Professor." Dismissed, she stepped out into the corridor only to find Cedric waiting. His presence alone was enough to steady her, but the look in his eyes told her he already knew what had happened. "She's making her move," Hermione whispered. "Then we'll make ours," Cedric replied. "If she wants to play games, we'll make sure she underestimates us first." That night, as the DA gathered for practice, Hermione and Cedric trained harder than ever. Spells crackled through the air, determination hardening into defiance. They would not bend to Umbridge. Not now. Not ever. But Hermione couldn't shake the image of Umbridge's smile, nor the certainty that Malfoy's betrayal was only the beginning. The DA had become more than just a secret society. It was a lifeline. Students who once cowered at Umbridge's decrees now walked with a little more strength in their stride, their confidence fueled by every successful spell practiced in the hidden room. Hermione watched with pride as even the youngest members could now cast shields that shimmered like glass. But pride did little to silence the gnawing worry in her chest. Malfoy's gloating smirks had grown bolder, his whispers more pointed. Each time he passed Cedric or Hermione in the corridor, he looked as though he knew a secret he couldn't wait to share. The betrayal, when it came, was as swift as it was brutal. It was Cho Chang's friend, Marietta Edgecombe, who cracked. Hermione had been wary of her from the start, but Cedric had argued that trust was the foundation of their group. Trust, however, had proved a fragile shield. That evening, as the DA gathered in the room of requirement, the walls suddenly shuddered. The door burst open, and Umbridge stood framed in the doorway, her squat figure flanked by inquisitorial squad members. Malfoy at the front, his grin vicious. "Well, well," Umbridge cooed, her voice sickeningly sweet. "What do we have here?" "A little conspiracy." Students froze mid-spell, wands clattering to the ground. Hermione's heart plummeted. She felt Cedric's hand brush hers briefly, steadying her before he stepped forward. "This isn't a conspiracy," Cedric said, voice strong. "It's just a group of students studying defense against the dark arts. Since you refuse to teach us anything useful." Umbridge's eyes narrowed. Insubordination. Defiance. And with Miss Granger at the center of it all. "I must say, I am disappointed, though not surprised." Her gaze slid to Hermione with predatory delight. "And you, Mr. Diggory. Handsome, talented, popular. Such a shame you've allowed yourself to be distracted. By a mudblood, no less." Gasps rippled through the group. Cedric's fists clenched, fury flashing across his face. He opened his mouth to retort, but Hermione gripped his arm fiercely. She shook her head, silently pleading. This was what Umbridge wanted, for him to lose control. Students were herded out, their names taken down one by one. When it came to Hermione, Umbridge leaned in close, her breath sticky with tea and sugar. "You will learn, Miss Granger, that disobedience comes at a price. Perhaps Mr. Diggory will learn it too." The DA was dissolved that night. The room of requirement sealed itself, refusing to appear again. Fear rippled through the school like cold water, drowning the fragile hope they had nurtured for months. Later, in the near-deserted library, Hermione collapsed into a chair, burying her face in her hands. Cedric slid into the seat beside her, his hand finding hers beneath the table. "I'm sorry," Hermione whispered. "It's my fault. I marked Marietta. I thought my charm would be enough. But I didn't see this coming." "You couldn't have known," Cedric said firmly. "You've done more for everyone here than anyone else. They were stronger because of you. Because of us." Hermione lifted her tear-brimmed eyes to him. "And now it's over." "No," Cedric said, his jaw set. "The DA isn't a room or a name on a parchment. It's us. It's what we believe in. They can shut us down, but they can't take that away. Hermione searched his face, clinging to his certainty. For a fleeting moment, she allowed herself to believe him. His hand was warm in hers, his presence unshakable, and she drew strength from it like sunlight. But deep down, she knew the war with Umbridge was only just beginning. The morning after the DA's capture dawned gray and heavy, as if the castle itself knew what was coming. Whispers chased Hermione and Cedric through the corridors, students craning their necks to catch sight of the pair who had led Hogwarts' most daring act of rebellion. Some whispered with awe, others with fear. But all eyes followed them. By midday, both were summoned to Umbridge's office. The corridor outside her door seemed colder than usual, the purring plates of kittens inside a grotesque counterpoint to the tension brewing in Hermione's chest. Cedric's hand brushed hers once before they entered, a silent vow of strength. Umbridge sat behind her desk, quill in hand, her smile wider than ever. Malfoy lounged smugly at her side, clearly enjoying every second. "Well, well," Umbridge began, her voice honeyed with triumph. "The leaders of this little band of miscreants. How very disappointing, though not surprising. I should have known you two would be at the heart of such dangerous subversion." Hermione lifted her chin. "We were teaching ourselves to defend against real threats. Threats you've deliberately ignored." Umbridge's eyes hardened, though her smile didn't falter. "And that, my dear, is precisely why you must be punished. Order must be restored. Discipline must be enforced." She tapped her quill against the parchment before her. "Mr. Diggory, your privileges as prefect will be revoked. Your Quidditch captaincy gone. And you, Miss Granger, will serve nightly detentions with me until further notice." Cedric stepped forward before he could stop himself. "You can't strip me of those things. You don't have the right." "On the contrary," Umbridge purred. "As High Inquisitor, I have every right. And as for you, Mr. Diggory, perhaps I should make your punishment even more instructive." Hermione's stomach twisted. She knew what that meant. The blood quill. She opened her mouth to protest, but the door banged open. Dumbledore swept into the room, his presence commanding enough to silence everyone instantly. His eyes, calm but sharp, flicked from Umbridge to the trembling parchment on her desk. "Dolores," he said pleasantly, though there was steel in his tone, "I trust you are not overstepping your authority." Umbridge bristled. "Headmaster, I was merely ensuring discipline." These two were central in forming an illegal group. "Illegal?" Dumbledore repeated softly. "Ah, but you see, no group exists. I organized the Defense Association myself, at the request of concerned students. If blame is to be placed, place it on me." Umbridge's smile faltered, her face blotching pink. You cannot." "Oh, but I can," Dumbledore said, his voice rising just slightly, enough to fill the office. "And unless you wish to take the matter before the full Wisengamot, I suggest you release these students from your grip at once." Hermione's breath caught. Cedric's hand found hers again under the table, their fingers twining in silent gratitude. Umbridge spluttered, but under Dumbledore's gaze she shrank, her confidence crumbling. Finally she spat, "Very well. For now." Dumbledore turned to Cedric and Hermione, his expression softening. "That will be all. Return to your studies." As they left the office, Hermione's knees trembled with relief. Cedric guided her into a quiet alcove, pressing his forehead against hers. "He saved us," Hermione whispered. Cedric's jaw tightened. "Yes, but he can't shield us forever. She'll come after us again." Harder. Hermione knew he was right. The DA might have fallen, but their fight was far from over. And as long as she and Cedric stood together, Umbridge would never stop trying to break them. Still, for the first time since their capture, Hermione allowed herself a small smile. They had survived, and as long as they had each other, they would keep surviving. But she also knew this was only the beginning of a darker storm. After their narrow escape from Umbridge's wrath, Cedric and Hermione moved like shadows through Hogwarts. The castle, once full of laughter and lively chatter, now felt like a labyrinth of eyes and whispers. Every corner could hide a spy, every hallway a trap. But they refused to let the DA die. "We need to be smarter," Cedric whispered one evening, leading Hermione into a forgotten corridor behind the library. "No more large groups. No more obvious meetings. We teach smaller, more controlled lessons now." Hermione nodded, her eyes scanning the walls for hidden passages as she followed him. We can't risk anyone getting caught. Not again. Cedric stopped at a small stone doorway, barely noticeable to anyone who didn't know it was there. He tapped the wall 3 times, and it swung open to reveal a narrow room lined with shelves and dust-covered tables. "This will be our new hideout," he said softly. "It's small, but it's ours, and no one will suspect a thing." Hermione allowed herself a faint smile. "We'll have to teach in shifts, 1 or 2 at a time. It won't feel the same, but it's better than nothing." As the weeks passed, they perfected the system. Students were assigned secret signals, and each lesson was a careful dance of wits and magic. Hermione and Cedric worked closely, their connection deepening with each shared glance and whispered instruction. Even amidst the danger, moments of tenderness found their way between them. A brush of hands, a quiet word, a lingering look across the room. But it wasn't only the logistics that kept them close. They needed each other to stay grounded, to keep their fear from spiraling into despair. One night, as they taught a first-year the basics of protective charms, Hermione felt a tremor of frustration. The child's wand misfired repeatedly, leaving scorch marks on the stone floor. She sighed, running her fingers through her hair. Cedric reached out, gently placing a hand on her shoulder. "You're doing fine. They're learning. That's what matters." Hermione leaned into him, her voice barely above a whisper. "I just wish we weren't always hiding. I hate that fear has become part of our lives." Cedric's lips brushed her temple in a fleeting kiss. "We'll find a way through it. Together." Despite their care, danger was never far. Malfoy, ever watchful, had begun following students quietly, reporting odd behaviors to Umbridge. Though he had no proof of the new hidden lessons, the sense that someone was always watching gnawed at Hermione. One afternoon, while Cedric and Hermione were instructing a small group in a quiet alcove, Hermione noticed a familiar smirk from across the hall. "Malfoy." She froze, knowing that if he reported them, their refuge would be compromised. Cedric squeezed her hand under the table, and they both slipped into a shadowed passage just as Malfoy passed. "That was too close," Hermione muttered, her voice trembling. Cedric shook his head. "We just have to stay 1 step ahead. Always. That's all we can do." The DA's spirit survived not through numbers or audacity, but through caution, secrecy, and resilience. Each lesson, each whispered charm, became an act of defiance. And through it all, Cedric and Hermione's bond grew, forged in the crucible of fear and trust. Even as Hogwarts seemed to shrink under Umbridge's oppressive rule, the hidden room became a sanctuary. Within its stone walls, students learned not only spells but courage. They learned that even in the darkest times, resistance was possible. And for Hermione, each moment with Cedric reinforced a truth she had been coming to understand. No decree, no fear, no cruel quill could ever touch what they had built together. Not as long as they had each other. In that hidden room, amidst whispers of magic and courage, hope endured. It was early May when the first signs of Umbridge's renewed fury reached them. Hermione had been studying quietly in the library, Cedric by her side, when Madame Pants, the librarian, whispered a warning. "They're asking questions about missing students, especially those who've been seen sneaking around the castle," she said, eyes darting nervously toward the entrance. "Dolores is tightening the net. Be careful." Hermione exchanged a glance with Cedric. The tension in the air was electric, the knowledge that every step could lead them into Umbridge's trap pressing down like a weight. Cedric's hand brushed hers under the table. "We'll adapt," he whispered. "We've faced worse. We'll face this too." They moved quickly, reorganizing their schedules and rotating students through their hidden lessons with meticulous care. Every whispered word and subtle gesture was layered with codes, ensuring that no one outside the inner circle knew where or when the lessons occurred. But even their careful planning couldn't eliminate the stress. Hermione found herself constantly scanning corridors, watching for patrols, counting seconds until they could safely slip into shadows. And with each passing day, the fear gnawed at her more. Cedric noticed, of course. One evening, as they paused to catch their breath after a long session teaching charms, he took her hands in his, holding them tight. "You're carrying too much alone," he said. "We're in this together. Always." Hermione looked into his eyes, her own soft with gratitude and something more. something unspoken that hung between them like fragile glass. I know. It's just, sometimes it feels like we're walking on the edge of a cliff, and one wrong step could ruin everything. Then we'll hold on to each other, Cedric replied firmly. And we'll step carefully, but we won't stop moving forward. Their bond deepened as their secret lessons continued, becoming a lifeline not only for the students but for each other. Moments of tenderness, hidden touches, shared smiles, fleeting kisses, were all the more intense because they had to be concealed. Every risk they took for the DA also became a risk for their love. Meanwhile, Umbridge's suspicion was growing. Reports reached her of students practicing magic in corners she hadn't approved, of whispered instructions that seemed coded. Her pink robes bristled with fury each time she returned to the staff room, scribbling new decrees and interrogating teachers. One afternoon, she cornered Professor Sprout in the greenhouse. I hear some students have been sneaking out of their dormitories and learning spells illegally. You are responsible for them, Minerva, she accused, though Sprout's eyes blazed with quiet defiance. I do not condone disobedience, Sprout replied evenly. But you'll find that students are capable of independent thought. Something even you cannot entirely control. Umbridge's lips twitched in anger, but she did not press further, at least not yet. Cedric and Hermione, however, felt the tightening noose. Every day was a careful dance, balancing teaching, protecting students, and maintaining the fragile secrecy of their love. It was exhausting, but neither would admit to giving up. One evening, after a particularly close call when Malfoy nearly caught a group sneaking out, Cedric pulled Hermione into a hidden alcove. She leaned against him, their foreheads pressed together. We're doing the right thing, he murmured. Even if it's hard. Even if it's dangerous. Hermione closed her eyes, letting the warmth of his presence calm her. I know, but I can't stop thinking about what happens if we fail. We won't, Cedric said simply, holding her tighter. We'll find a way, always. Together. And so they did, moving in shadows, teaching in whispers, and loving in silence. Umbridge's wrath loomed ever closer, but the spark of resistance, the spark Cedric and Hermione had nurtured, refused to die. Within the hidden corners of Hogwarts, hope and courage lived on, stronger than fear, stronger than decrees, and stronger than the cruel, ever-watchful eyes of the High Inquisitor. It was a damp, gray afternoon when Umbridge made her move. The castle corridors felt tighter than ever, shadows stretching long across the stone floors. Cedric and Hermione had been planning a lesson for a group of third years in an abandoned classroom near the dungeons. They moved cautiously, listening for footsteps, hearts hammering. They hadn't seen Malfoy lurking behind a tapestry until it was too late. He smirked, quill in hand, as he whispered hurriedly into a small enchanted communicator that ran directly to Umbridge's office. Within minutes, the unmistakable click of the office door opening echoed through the castle. Cedric glanced at Hermione, his jaw set. We're going to have to improvise. Stick with me. Hermione nodded, adrenaline sharpening her focus. The students scattered quietly, slipping through a hidden passage Cedric had discovered weeks ago. He guided Hermione into the shadows first, then turned to intercept the inquisitorial squad moving toward them. Umbridge's voice cut through the corridor, sweet and poisonous. Cedric Diggory. Miss Granger. I've been informed of your continued disobedience. Step into the light at once. Cedric raised his wand, not to attack, but to create a barrier. Move, Hermione, he whispered, drawing her toward a side corridor. We can't be caught, not like this. They ducked through the winding passage, the cold stone walls pressing close. Malfoy's laughter echoed behind them, punctuated by the shuffle of boots as the squad gave chase. Hermione's chest heaved with each step, but Cedric's presence steadied her. He moved with calm precision, always knowing the next turn, the next hidden door, the next safe space. Finally, they reached a narrow staircase leading to a disused tower room. Cedric paused, catching his breath. We can hide here for now. They'll assume we've gone somewhere else. Hermione leaned against the wall, wand still in hand. That was too close. If Malfoy hadn't been careless, we'd be trapped. Cedric turned to her, brushing a strand of hair from her face. We're not trapped as long as we're together. That's the only thing we need to remember. Hermione swallowed, feeling a mixture of fear and relief. I can't stop thinking about what happens if she catches us. Then we don't let her, Cedric said firmly. We stay ahead and we trust each other. That's all we can do. Hours passed in tense silence as they listened to Umbridge's patrols moving through the castle below. Every footstep was a reminder of the danger, but also a testament to their resilience. Hermione found herself leaning into Cedric more and more, his calm presence anchoring her in a way no one else could. Finally, the hallway grew quiet. Cedric whispered, "They've given up for now. But we can't let our guard down." Hermione nodded, her hand finding his in the dim light. "We'll keep going. For the students. For each other." He smiled faintly, squeezing her hand. "Always. Together." The castle was still fraught with danger, and Umbridge's wrath would return. But in that hidden tower room, Cedric and Hermione reaffirmed something stronger than fear. Their trust, their bond, and their commitment to resist, no matter the cost. Even as the shadows lengthened and the chill crept in, they were not alone. And that made all the difference. It was nearing dusk when Cedric found Hermione pacing near the entrance to the dungeons. A group of first years had gone missing earlier in the day, slipping past Umbridge's patrols while attempting to practice charms in secret. The thought of them wandering alone in the corridors filled Hermione with panic. "We have to find them," she said, her voice urgent. "They're too young to handle Umbridge's traps, or worse, the dangers of the castle at night." Cedric's expression was calm but serious. "Agreed. But we have to be careful. If we rush in without a plan, we could lead Umbridge right to them." Hermione nodded, her heart pounding as they crept down the stone corridors. Every step was measured, every shadow checked. Cedric led the way, his wand a steady point of light, while Hermione followed, her senses alert for any sign of danger. They found the first years huddled in a narrow side passage, their eyes wide with fear as Cedric approached. "It's okay," he whispered. "We've got you. Stay close, follow our lead." Hermione knelt, gathering the children into a small, protective circle. "We won't let anything happen to you," she assured them, her voice soft but firm. Just as they began to move, the echo of footsteps made them freeze. Umbridge and a small squad were rounding the corner, their pink robes stark against the dim light. Malfoy's smirk was unmistakable, and Cedric felt a surge of protective fury. "Stay behind me," he whispered to Hermione. "We'll get them out no matter what." With practiced precision, Cedric cast a silent shield charm to deflect detection, while Hermione guided the children through hidden passages he had scouted weeks before. Every step was tense. Every corner turned carried the threat of discovery. At one narrow junction, Malfoy spotted them. "There they are," he shouted, pointing toward the group. Cedric acted instantly, casting a disillusionment charm over the children, rendering them invisible in the flickering torchlight. Hermione gasped softly, impressed. "You're amazing," she whispered as they slipped past the startled squad. Cedric only smiled faintly, brushing a strand of hair from her face as they navigated the last corridor. "We're a good team," he murmured. Finally, they reached the room of requirement, or rather, the hidden tower chamber they had been using since the DA's official dissolution. The children collapsed onto the floor, relieved and exhausted. Hermione knelt among them, checking for scrapes and bruises. Cedric leaned against the wall, keeping watch, his eyes scanning the corridors even as exhaustion tugged at him. "You did it," Hermione said quietly, her hand finding his. "We saved them." He squeezed her fingers, his voice low. "We did. And we'll keep doing it, as long as we have to." For a brief moment, the tension fell away. Hermione allowed herself to breathe, to feel the warmth of Cedric's presence, and to recognize the depth of their bond. Every risk, every whispered lesson, every shared glance had led them here, to this small victory, fragile but real. Yet even in the quiet, the knowledge lingered. Umbridge would not stop. Her traps, her spies, her relentless pursuit would only grow more dangerous. And the closer Hermione and Cedric grew, the more perilous it became. Still, they had survived tonight. Together. And that, Hermione realized, was worth every risk. The following morning, the tension in Hogwarts was nearly tangible. Word had reached Umbridge through a series of whispers and intercepted notes. Cedric and Hermione had led a group of first years on a secret mission through the castle. The High Inquisitor's fury boiled beneath her sugar-sweet exterior, and she wasted no time plotting a response. By midday, a message arrived for Cedric and Hermione, summoning them to her office. They exchanged a glance, Cedric's gray eyes hardening. "She's baiting us," he said quietly. "Whatever happens, we stay together and stay calm." Hermione nodded, her stomach twisting with unease. "We can't let her see fear. Not now." They entered Umbridge's office cautiously. The kitten plates purred innocently, a sharp contrast to the venom in her words. Malfoy lounged nearby, his smirk cruel and knowing. "Ah, the daring pair," Umbridge said, her voice dripping with false delight. "I hear you've been leading young students on secret excursions. A very dangerous game, don't you think?" Cedric's jaw tightened. "We were keeping them safe. You've been patrolling the castle but ignoring the real threats. We did what you wouldn't." Umbridge's smile faltered for just a moment before returning, more poisonous than ever. "Such impertinence. You will both be punished. Detentions, restrictions, and if you resist, more severe measures." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "You can't break us. You can't stop us from helping students learn to protect themselves." "On the contrary," Umbridge hissed. "I can and I will. And this time, there will be no Dumbledore to intervene." Cedric and Hermione exchanged a tense look. They knew she was serious. Every ounce of their cunning, every strategy they had developed for secrecy, was about to be tested to the limit. That evening, as they gathered the younger students in the hidden tower room, Cedric spoke quietly. "We have to be smarter than ever. She knows we're still active. She'll be expecting us to slip up." Hermione nodded, her hand brushing his. "We've survived so far because we trust each other. That's our strength. And we'll keep going, no matter what she throws at us." The children looked up at them with wide eyes, filled with awe and trust. For the first time, Hermione realized how much their efforts mattered, not just to them, but to the next generation of Hogwarts students. Cedric straightened, his gaze firm. "Tonight, we teach them more than spells. We teach them courage. Because fear is exactly what Umbridge wants. And we won't give it to her." As the group began their lesson, the castle seemed to hold its breath. Somewhere in the shadows, Umbridge prowled, determined to end the defiance that Cedric and Hermione represented. But within the hidden room, hope burned brighter than fear, stronger than decrees, and more enduring than any punishment she could impose. And as Hermione looked at Cedric, she knew one truth above all. Together, they could face anything, even the wrath of Dolores Umbridge. The next evening, the DA gathered quietly in the abandoned classroom near the 7th floor. Candles flickered in the corners, shadows dancing along the stone walls as Cedric moved among the students, correcting wand positions and murmuring encouragement. Hermione watched from the front, pride swelling in her chest as the younger ones performed defensive spells with surprising strength. But unease lingered in the air. Hermione felt it prickling at her skin, a warning she couldn't ignore. Her eyes met Cedric's across the room, and she knew he felt it too. They didn't have long to wait. The door slammed open, and in swept Umbridge with Malfoy and the inquisitorial squad at her heels. Her smile was triumphant, her eyes glittering with victory. "Well, well," she purred. "The famous little resistance caught red-handed. How very disappointing, and how very predictable." Gasps rippled through the students. Wands faltered. Fear threatened to unravel the hard-won courage that Cedric and Hermione had nurtured. But Cedric stepped forward, his expression calm, commanding. "No one panics," he said firmly, his voice steady. "Form up like we practiced." Hermione's wand was already raised, her sharp eyes scanning for weak points in Umbridge's formation. "They want us scared," she said clearly, projecting her voice for the room. "Don't give them the satisfaction." Umbridge's smile twisted into a sneer. "You dare defy me even now? You'll regret that, Miss Granger. And you, Mr. Diggory, you should know better. Such behavior is beneath a Hogwarts champion." Cedric's gaze didn't waver. "Being a champion means protecting people, not terrorizing them. Something you'll never understand." Her fury broke. "Seize them," she shrieked. The squad rushed forward, but Cedric and Hermione moved first. Hermione conjured a dazzling flash of light, blinding their attackers momentarily. Cedric swept his wand in a powerful shield charm, blocking hexes and shoving Malfoy back into his companions. "Go!" Cedric barked to the students. "Use the side passage now." The room erupted into chaos. Spells cracked against walls, furniture splintered, and frightened voices filled the air. But beneath the noise, Cedric and Hermione worked in perfect sync. Every movement was coordinated, her distraction followed by his protection, his push countered by her cover. The students poured out through the hidden door behind them, one by one, until only Cedric and Hermione remained. Malfoy, furious and humiliated, lunged forward, wand raised. Hermione flicked her wrist, disarming him with practiced precision. "You'll pay for that." Malfoy spat as his wand clattered to the ground. "Not today," Cedric snapped, slamming the door shut behind them. They sprinted down the darkened corridor, footsteps pounding in unison. Behind them, Umbridge's enraged voice echoed, shrill and furious. "Find them. Don't let them escape." Finally, they ducked into a narrow stairwell, breathless and trembling with adrenaline. Cedric pressed Hermione against the wall, listening as the squad's footsteps thundered past. For a long moment, neither spoke. When the sound faded, Cedric leaned close, his forehead brushing hers. That was too close. Hermione's chest heaved, but her eyes were fierce. "But we kept them safe. That's what matters." Cedric's lips curved into a faint, proud smile. "You're brilliant, you know that?" Hermione's cheeks warmed, but she didn't look away. "We're brilliant. Together." And in that hidden stairwell, with danger still prowling the halls, they both knew the truth. Every risk, every defiance, every narrow escape was worth it. Because they weren't just resisting Umbridge. They were building something stronger than fear. Something worth fighting for. The next evening, the DA gathered quietly in the abandoned classroom near the 7th floor. Candles flickered in the corners, shadows dancing along the stone walls as Cedric moved among the students, correcting wand positions and murmuring encouragement. Hermione watched from the front, pride swelling in her chest as the younger ones performed defensive spells with surprising strength. But unease lingered in the air. Hermione felt it prickling at her skin, a warning she couldn't ignore. Her eyes met Cedric's across the room, and she knew he felt it too. They didn't have long to wait. The door slammed open, and in swept Umbridge with Malfoy and the inquisitorial squad at her heels. Her smile was triumphant, her eyes glittering with victory. "Well, well," she purred. "The famous little resistance caught red-handed. How very disappointing, and how very predictable." Gasps rippled through the students. Wands faltered. Fear threatened to unravel the hard-won courage that Cedric and Hermione had nurtured. But Cedric stepped forward, his expression calm, commanding. "No one panics," he said firmly, his voice steady. "Form up like we practiced." Hermione's wand was already raised, her sharp eyes scanning for weak points in Umbridge's formation. "They want us scared," she said clearly, projecting her voice for the room. "Don't give them the satisfaction." Umbridge's smile twisted into a sneer. "You dare defy me even now? You'll regret that, Miss Granger. And you, Mr. Diggory, you should know better. Such behavior is beneath a Hogwarts champion." Cedric's gaze didn't waver. Being a champion means protecting people, not terrorizing them. Something you'll never understand. Her fury broke. "Seize them," she shrieked. The squad rushed forward, but Cedric and Hermione moved first. Hermione conjured a dazzling flash of light, blinding their attackers momentarily. Cedric swept his wand in a powerful shield charm, blocking hexes and shoving Malfoy back into his companions. "Go!" Cedric barked to the students. "Use the side passage now." The room erupted into chaos. Spells cracked against walls, furniture splintered, and frightened voices filled the air. But beneath the noise, Cedric and Hermione worked in perfect sync. Every movement was coordinated, her distraction followed by his protection, his push countered by her cover. The students poured out through the hidden door behind them, one by one, until only Cedric and Hermione remained. Malfoy, furious and humiliated, lunged forward, wand raised. Hermione flicked her wrist, disarming him with practiced precision. "You'll pay for that." Malfoy spat as his wand clattered to the ground. "Not today," Cedric snapped, slamming the door shut behind them. They sprinted down the darkened corridor, footsteps pounding in unison. Behind them, Umbridge's enraged voice echoed, shrill and furious. "Find them. Don't let them escape." Finally, they ducked into a narrow stairwell, breathless and trembling with adrenaline. Cedric pressed Hermione against the wall, listening as the squad's footsteps thundered past. For a long moment, neither spoke. When the sound faded, Cedric leaned close, his forehead brushing hers. That was too close. Hermione's chest heaved, but her eyes were fierce. But we kept them safe. That's what matters. Cedric's lips curved into a faint, proud smile. You're brilliant, you know that? Hermione's cheeks warmed, but she didn't look away. We're brilliant. Together. And in that hidden stairwell, with danger still prowling the halls, they both knew the truth. Every risk, every defiance, every narrow escape was worth it. Because they weren't just resisting Umbridge. They were building something stronger than fear. Something worth fighting for. The next morning, the castle buzzed with whispers. News of the ambush had spread quickly, though no one could quite explain how Cedric and Hermione had managed to protect everyone and escape capture. To the students, the details hardly mattered. What mattered was that once again the DA had survived, and their leaders had stood unshaken in the face of Umbridge herself. In the Great Hall, Cedric and Hermione entered together, trying to appear calm despite the exhaustion lingering in their eyes. Conversations hushed for a moment, then swelled again in a wave of admiration. Younger students leaned toward each other, whispering about how Hermione's spell had blinded the inquisitorial squad, or how Cedric had shielded them all with nothing but raw determination. Neville, sitting at the Gryffindor table, caught Hermione's eye and gave her a firm nod of respect. Luna, serene as ever, lifted her butterbeer cork necklace in what looked like a silent salute. Even some Ravenclaws and Hufflepuffs, who usually kept their distance from trouble, were looking at them with something new, trust. They see us differently now, Hermione murmured to Cedric as they sat down. They see us as leaders, Cedric replied quietly, pouring himself some pumpkin juice. Which means we have to be twice as careful. But careful or not, the students began gravitating toward them. In the library, whispered questions reached Hermione about countercurses and memory charms. In the courtyard, Cedric was approached by nervous second-years asking if he would teach them shield spells. Everywhere they went, the DA was growing stronger, bolder. And Umbridge noticed. Her face was a shade pinker than usual as she stomped through the corridors, her saccharine smile cracking under the weight of her rage. She snapped at teachers, handed out detentions at random, and flooded the walls with new decrees forbidding any group activities without her explicit approval. Yet the more she tightened her grip, the more resistance seemed to slip through her fingers. One evening in the room of requirement, Hermione addressed the DA with newfound authority. She's trying to scare us into silence, she said, her eyes sweeping over the crowd. But every time she fails, she proves she isn't as powerful as she wants us to believe. What we did last night wasn't just survival. It was proof that together we're stronger than her fear. Cedric stood beside her, his hand brushing hers in a small, private reassurance. We're not just fighting back, he added. We're preparing for what's coming beyond Umbridge. When the time comes, we'll be ready to face more than her decrees. We'll be ready to fight real darkness. The students erupted in quiet determination. For many, it was the first time they had ever felt part of something bigger than themselves. Afterward, as the room emptied, Hermione lingered with Cedric. She looked up at him, her heart heavy with both pride and worry. They believe in us, she said softly. That's a responsibility we can't afford to fail. Cedric reached out, tucking a loose curl behind her ear. We won't fail, he said with quiet certainty. Not as long as we have each other. Hermione's breath caught, the truth of his words resonating deep within her. For all the danger, all the sleepless nights, and all the close calls, she wouldn't trade this bond they had forged. Together, they were more than just two students resisting Umbridge. They were hope itself. But far away, in her office lined with kitten plates, Umbridge's quill scratched furiously across parchment. This time, her plan would not fail. If Cedric and Hermione were the heart of the rebellion, then she would strike directly at them, no matter how ruthless she had to become. The following week brought a chill that had little to do with the weather. Students whispered of new decrees appearing overnight. Parchments nailed to the stone walls by Umbridge herself, each one more suffocating than the last. But it was the most recent decree that struck terror into the castle. Any student suspected of forming or assisting rebellious organizations will face immediate disciplinary measures, including expulsion. Hermione's stomach dropped when she read it. She's aiming directly at us. she whispered to Cedric as they stood in the corridor, students hurrying past with nervous glances. Cedric folded the parchment slowly, his face set in grim determination. She wants to make an example out of us. If she can't break us quietly, she'll do it publicly. Her prediction came true faster than either of them expected. That very evening, Filch delivered 2 sealed envelopes, summoning them both to Umbridge's office. When they entered, the room was darker than usual, the candlelight flickering ominously against the walls. The kittens on the plates no longer seemed cheerful, their painted eyes almost watchful. Umbridge greeted them with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Mr. Diggory, Miss Granger, I have tolerated your little excursions long enough. You've undermined my authority, corrupted younger students, and flaunted the rules of this institution. It ends tonight." Hermione's chin lifted defiantly. "You can't prove anything. We've broken no laws of magic." Umbridge's smile widened. "Perhaps not, but perception is more powerful than truth. If the student body believes you to be dangerous, then dangerous you are. And I am authorized to act accordingly." With a flick of her wand, she conjured 2 parchment slips, thick red letters emblazoned across them. Expulsion orders. Hermione's breath caught. Cedric stiffened, stepping instinctively in front of her. "You don't have that power," he said evenly. "Only the headmaster can expel students." Umbridge's eyes glittered with triumph. "The Ministry recognizes my authority as High Inquisitor. Dumbledore's absence leaves me in charge, and I intend to exercise that authority fully." Hermione's pulse raced, but her mind worked quickly. "You're making a mistake. The Ministry might grant you power, but parents, especially the Diggorys, will not stand for this. Imagine the scandal, expelling 2 students with no evidence." For the first time, Umbridge's expression flickered. Cedric pressed the advantage. "My father works at the Ministry. Do you really want him questioning your methods? You'll lose the little credibility you have left." The silence stretched. Umbridge's hands twitched at her sides, but she didn't tear up the orders. Instead, she snapped her fingers at Malfoy, who stood lurking in the corner. "Escort them back to their dormitories. We'll revisit this tomorrow." As they left the office, Cedric leaned close to Hermione. "She's bluffing, but she's desperate. That makes her even more dangerous." Hermione nodded, though her hands trembled. "She won't stop until she destroys us. We have to stay ahead." Later that night, in the quiet safety of the Room of Requirement, Cedric took Hermione's hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles. "No matter what she does, we don't give in. She can threaten us, but she can't take away who we are, or what we mean to each other." Hermione's eyes softened, her fear easing at his words. "You're right. As long as we stand together, she can't win." But neither could ignore the truth. Umbridge had declared open war on them. And this time, survival alone might not be enough. The atmosphere at Hogwarts shifted drastically after the attack at the Yule Ball. Professors had grown sterner, patrols more frequent, and whispers of unease filled the corridors. Cedric and Hermione, though grateful to still have each other, felt the pressure of constant vigilance pressing down on them. Every corner seemed shadowed, every flicker of torchlight a reminder of how fragile safety had become. Hermione, ever the strategist, buried herself in research. She spent late nights in the library combing through ancient tomes about magical protection spells and warding enchantments. Cedric often joined her, even if he could not follow her every intellectual leap. He admired the way her brow furrowed in concentration, her quill dancing across parchment as if she were racing time itself. More often than not, he would sit across from her, pretending to study but instead sketching small diagrams of Quidditch plays or doodling tiny notes that simply said things like "You are incredible." She always rolled her eyes at him, but her cheeks flushed every time. One evening, as Hermione pushed a heavy book shut with a sigh, Cedric leaned over. "You cannot save the whole world in one night, he said softly. She looked at him, her expression tired but resolute. "If I do not at least try, then who will?" He reached across the table, covering her hand with his. "You already do more than anyone else here. But sometimes you forget to breathe." She squeezed his hand back and finally allowed herself to rest her head on his shoulder. For the first time in days, Hermione closed her eyes. Meanwhile, Harry had been watching their closeness with mixed feelings. He liked Cedric, respected him even, but he also knew that Hermione had always been his anchor. Seeing her pour so much of herself into Cedric left him with an odd emptiness. Ron, however, was less subtle. He muttered under his breath whenever Hermione and Cedric walked past together, and more than once, Harry had to elbow him to stop his comments. Hermione noticed, of course. "Ron is going to have to learn that I make my own choices," she told Cedric one afternoon as they sat by the lake. Cedric chuckled. "Ron is stubborn, but he will come around. Besides, you are not exactly easy to argue with." She smirked, conceding the point. The Triwizard Tournament loomed ever closer, the next task only weeks away. This time, the champions would face a test of endurance in the Black Lake. Cedric confessed to Hermione that he was nervous. He was an excellent swimmer, but the uncertainty of what might lurk beneath the surface unsettled him. Hermione immediately began drawing up lists of possible magical creatures they might encounter. She suggested spells, breathing charms, even potion options. Cedric found himself torn between gratitude and worry. Her relentless drive sometimes frightened him. On the day before the task, Hermione caught Cedric pacing in the Hufflepuff common room. She slipped in quietly, her presence calming the nervous hum in the air. "I have been thinking," she said carefully, "you need to focus on what you do best. You are brave, level-headed, and you think on your feet. Trust yourself more than the spells." Cedric stopped pacing and looked at her, his chest tightening at the certainty in her voice. "You believe in me that much?" Hermione stepped closer, her voice gentle. "I believe in you more than anything." That night, Cedric barely slept, but not because of fear. He kept replaying her words, the warmth in her eyes, the way she made him feel stronger simply by standing beside him. When the morning came, he entered the arena with renewed determination. The task began, and the champions dove into the icy water. The lake swallowed Cedric in its chilling depths, darkness pressing from all sides. He remembered Hermione's voice, steady and sure, as he swam forward. Strange creatures darted past him, merpeople chanting in eerie tones, weeds tugging at his robes. But Cedric pushed through, guided by the thought of Hermione waiting on the shore. Above the water, Hermione gripped the railing so tightly her knuckles whitened. Harry glanced at her, but said nothing. He saw the way her eyes never left the water, how she whispered encouragements under her breath as if Cedric could somehow hear them. When Cedric finally surfaced, clutching his hostage safely in tow, Hermione exhaled a breath she had not realized she was holding. Relief flooded her face, and without thinking, she ran down to meet him. Cedric, dripping wet and shivering, barely had time to register what was happening before Hermione threw her arms around him. "You did it," she murmured against his shoulder, her voice thick with emotion. He held her back tightly, ignoring the curious stares of the crowd. At that moment, the world faded away. But victory did not erase the growing danger. That night, Dumbledore addressed the school, his words carrying a weight that silenced even the rowdiest of students. "Dark forces are moving," he warned. "We must be vigilant." Cedric and Hermione exchanged a glance, both understanding that their journey was only growing more perilous. Later, alone in the corridor, Cedric brushed a strand of hair from Hermione's face. "You keep me grounded," he admitted quietly. "And you keep me brave," she replied. For the first time, Cedric allowed himself to whisper the words that had been building inside him since the night of the Yule Ball. "I love you, Hermione." She froze, her eyes wide, her breath catching in her throat. Cedric felt a jolt of fear, but then she smiled, soft and radiant. "I love you too." And as the torches flickered along the stone walls, they sealed their words with a kiss, unaware of just how much strength they would need for the darkness still ahead. The days following Cedric and Hermione's confession were unlike anything either of them had ever known. For once, the castle's heavy stone walls seemed less confining, and the long corridors less cold. Even with danger hanging over Hogwarts, Cedric found light in Hermione's smile, and Hermione found a steadiness in Cedric's presence. Their bond had deepened in ways neither could deny, but with that closeness came the sharp edge of fear. Fear that the world beyond would try to tear it apart. Hermione, true to her nature, tried to bury her feelings under her usual workload, but Cedric could see right through her. "You cannot just treat this like another arithmancy problem," he teased one evening as they studied together in the library. She gave him a look, though her lips curved with amusement. "Falling in love is hardly something I can revise for, Cedric." He leaned closer, lowering his voice. Then we will simply have to learn as we go. For a moment, the quiet world of parchment and ink faded as their hands found each other under the table. Harry, however, was struggling. He had never seen Hermione so absorbed in someone else, and though he told himself he should be happy for her, a bitterness gnawed at him. It was not jealousy of Cedric exactly, but rather the sense that Hermione was slipping away. She had always been the one to stand by him, through trolls and basilisks and dementors. Now she had someone else, someone who could draw her focus completely. Ron noticed Harry's unease but reacted differently, venting his frustrations with muttered insults about Cedric whenever he thought Hermione was out of earshot. But Hermione always heard. One afternoon in the common room, Ron's grumbling finally boiled over. Hermione, Cedric's not all that. He is just a pretty face with a broomstick. Hermione stiffened, her book lowering slowly. Do you ever get tired of underestimating people, Ron? Cedric is more than that, far more than you could ever admit. Her voice was sharp, carrying across the room. Ron flushed red, glaring at her before storming off. Harry sighed, rubbing his temples. He does not mean half of what he says, Hermione. But Hermione only shook her head. That is no excuse. Cedric, when told about the argument, only sighed. I do not want to come between you and your friends. Hermione took his hand firmly. This is not about you, Cedric. It is about Ron refusing to accept that I have choices. You are not the problem. The problem is his refusal to grow up. Cedric kissed her knuckles gently, his eyes full of quiet gratitude. Meanwhile, the shadow of the final task of the Triwizard Tournament grew larger with each passing day. Whispers swirled about what awaited the champions in the maze. Hagrid mentioned seeing strange creatures being brought in, while others speculated about enchantments and curses woven through the hedges. Cedric confided to Hermione that this task frightened him the most, not because of the creatures, but because of the unknown. In the lake, he had known where to swim. With the dragons, he had a clear target. But in a maze, there was no telling what direction would lead to survival. Hermione responded in the only way she knew how, by preparing him. She gathered every scrap of information she could about magical mazes, protective spells, and the history of enchanted competitions. They practiced shield charms and hexes late into the night, Cedric's wand movements growing sharper under her watchful eye. At one point, as Cedric collapsed onto a sofa, sweaty and out of breath, Hermione sat beside him, her own exhaustion plain. Why are you pushing yourself so hard for me? He asked softly. She looked at him, her eyes fierce. Because I cannot lose you. Not to this. Not to anything. Her words struck Cedric deeply. For a long moment, he simply held her, letting the silence speak more than words could. The night before the final task, the castle seemed unusually quiet. The champions were gathered in their respective dormitories, nerves thick in the air. Hermione found Cedric sitting by the fireplace in the Hufflepuff common room, staring into the flames. He looked up as she entered, a small smile tugging at his lips. Could not sleep? She asked, settling beside him. Not a chance, he admitted. Tomorrow decides everything. Hermione placed a hand on his cheek, turning his face toward her. No matter what happens in that maze, Cedric, promise me one thing. Promise me you will fight to live. He caught her hand and pressed it against his chest, where his heartbeat thudded strong and steady. For you, Hermione, I will. Morning came too quickly. The champions assembled at the Quidditch pitch, which had been transformed into towering hedges that stretched high into the sky. The air was thick with anticipation as the crowd gathered. Hermione stood with Harry and Ron, though her eyes never left Cedric. Their gazes met across the field, and though the distance between them was vast, it felt as if they were the only two people in the world. Bagman's voice boomed across the pitch, explaining the rules, but Hermione hardly heard him. Her entire focus was on Cedric's determined expression, the steady way he held his wand, the way he carried himself with quiet strength. As the whistle blew and the champions disappeared into the maze, Hermione's heart twisted. She had prepared him as best as she could, but beyond those hedges, he was on his own. Beside her, Ron muttered something about Cedric being too confident, but Harry silenced him with a glare. Hermione said nothing. She could only watch, her fingers clutching the hem of her robe, praying that Cedric's promise would hold true. As the minutes stretched into hours, the maze stood silent and impenetrable. No one outside knew what was happening within. Hermione's thoughts churned endlessly, fear and hope locked in battle. She thought of his smile, his laugh, his unwavering kindness, and repeated to herself that he had promised. He had promised to live. Inside the maze, Cedric felt the weight of silence pressing in on him like a living thing. The hedges loomed impossibly tall, their thick branches clawing at his robes as he moved forward. Every turn seemed to narrow the path, every rustle a threat. He gripped his wand tighter, his mind echoing with Hermione's voice, "Fight to live." He forced himself to breathe steadily, remembering all their practice sessions. Spells and counterspells flickered through his thoughts. "Lumos Maxima," he whispered, casting a bright orb of light that floated above him, cutting through the shadows. It was eerie, the way the maze seemed to shift as he walked, as though it were alive and intent on confusing him. The first true test came quickly. A blast-ended Skrut lumbered out of the shadows, its armor glinting, its tail sparking dangerously. Cedric reacted instinctively. Impedimenta. The creature slowed, giving him precious seconds to dive out of its path. He rolled, came up on one knee, and sent a powerful stunning spell that struck the beast squarely. It collapsed with a thud that shook the ground. Cedric's chest heaved, but he kept moving, not daring to linger. Hermione's training echoed in his head. Keep your wits. Think ahead. Never let fear dictate your steps. Every time he hesitated at a fork, he remembered her calm reasoning, how she weighed options carefully before acting. He applied her logic now, choosing paths not at random, but by observing subtle magical traces left in the air. The maze was enchanted, yes, but Cedric trusted himself to read its intentions. Elsewhere in the labyrinth, screams and shouts echoed faintly. He could not tell if they belonged to Harry, Krum, or Fleur, but they pushed him faster. He hated the thought of anyone in pain, but he knew he could not save them all. For Hermione's sake, he had to survive. After what felt like hours, Cedric stumbled upon a strange clearing. The ground was littered with mist, and in the center stood a boggart, shifting through forms until it landed on Hermione, lying motionless as though lifeless. Cedric froze, his breath catching. The image was so real it nearly broke him. His wand shook, but then he remembered. It was not Hermione. It was fear trying to unmake him. "Ridiculous," he said firmly. The lifeless image of Hermione morphed into a comical version of Snape tripping over his robes. Cedric almost laughed with relief, his strength renewed. He pressed forward, whispering to himself, "She is alive. She is waiting for me." Meanwhile, outside the maze, Hermione's anxiety was spiraling. Hours had passed, and still there was no sign of Cedric or the others. She stood on the edge of the pitch, unable to sit, wringing her hands. Ron tried to make a comment about how long it was taking, but Harry cut him off sharply. "Leave her alone, Ron. She needs quiet." Hermione barely heard them. She was praying under her breath, words tumbling out without order. Back inside, Cedric found himself facing Victor Krum. But something was wrong. Krum's eyes were glazed, his wand raised in aggression. Cedric barely dodged the curse that blasted the ground beside him. Imperious, Cedric realized instantly. Krum was being controlled. He raised his wand. Expelliarmus. Krum's wand flew from his hand, and the Bulgarian crumpled unconscious. Cedric hesitated, debating whether to drag him along, but the maze seemed to close in, forcing him onward. There was no time. Moments later, Cedric spotted it. The Triwizard Cup, gleaming faintly in the center of the maze. Relief flooded him, but before he could run forward, Harry appeared from the opposite direction, battered but alive. For a moment, they simply stared at each other, both panting, both understanding that this was the final moment. "Go on," Harry said, his voice rough. "You are closer." Cedric shook his head. "No, we get it together." But Harry frowned. "What if it is a trap?" Cedric looked at the cup, then back at Harry. It might be. But Hermione's face filled his mind, and he could not allow himself to back away now. "We take it together," Cedric said firmly. "No winner, no loser. Just survival." Harry hesitated, then nodded. Side by side, they grasped the handles of the cup. The instant their hands closed around it, Cedric felt the world lurch violently. The maze vanished, replaced by darkness and the cold air of a graveyard. Cedric's stomach dropped. His worst fears were realized. The cup was a portkey. He and Harry landed hard on the damp grass, the smell of earth and decay surrounding them. Cedric pushed himself up, wand raised instinctively. Shapes moved in the shadows, cloaked figures closing in. At the center stood a tall, skeletal figure cradling something small and twisted, Voldemort. "Kill the spare," a voice hissed. Cedric's blood ran cold as a green jet of light burst toward him. The words echoed in Cedric's ears, "Kill the spare," as though time itself slowed around him. The sickly green of the killing curse cut through the graveyard's gloom, speeding toward him with merciless intent. Instinct and desperation fused into one as Cedric dove sideways, rolling across the damp grass. The spell missed by inches, striking a crumbling gravestone behind him, which shattered into shards of stone. Heart pounding, Cedric scrambled to his feet. His mind raced with Hermione's voice, steady and urgent in his memory. "Always move, never freeze." He raised his wand with a sharp flick. "Protego Maxima." A shimmering shield erupted around him just as another Death Eater aimed a curse his way. The shield trembled but held. Harry had barely regained his bearings when he saw Cedric deflect the deadly spell. "Cedric, look out!" he shouted, raising his own wand to counter a hex. The graveyard had erupted into chaos, hooded Death Eaters circling like predators. At the center, Wormtail knelt beside a cauldron, his trembling hands preparing a grotesque ritual. Cedric caught sight of the bundle in his arms, small, frail, yet radiating dark power. Voldemort's incomplete body. The reality of their situation hit Cedric like a blow. This was not just a trap. This was the rebirth of the Dark Lord. "We need to get out of here," Harry panted, his eyes wild. Cedric shook his head, parrying another curse. "We cannot, not yet. They want you, Harry. And they'll kill us both if we try to run blindly." Harry glanced at him, torn between terror and determination. Cedric's calm amidst the storm was like an anchor, much like Hermione's had always been for him. As Wormtail's ritual continued, Cedric's mind churned. He had only seconds, maybe minutes, before Voldemort returned in full strength. Every instinct screamed at him to fight, but another voice, Hermione's voice, reminded him that survival mattered more than glory. "Harry," he said urgently, clutching his friend's arm, "whatever happens, if you get a chance, you take it and run." Harry shook his head fiercely. "I am not leaving you." Cedric gave a grim smile. "You will. Because if you do not, Hermione will hex us both into next week." Even here, in this cursed graveyard, the thought of her gave him strength. The ritual climaxed. Wormtail's high, panicked voice rose as blood, bone, and flesh were fed into the cauldron. A hissing steam poured forth, and out of the smoke emerged a figure tall and terrible, his skin pale as death, eyes gleaming scarlet. Voldemort reborn. Cedric felt the air shift, the sheer oppressive force of the Dark Lord's presence pressing down on him. Voldemort raised his wand, lips curling into a cruel smile. "Welcome, Harry Potter. And you, the spare who will not die." There was mockery in his tone, but also curiosity. "Cedric Diggory, you fight harder than most." Cedric's grip on his wand tightened. "I am not your spare," he said through clenched teeth. Voldemort laughed, a chilling sound that made Cedric's skin crawl. "Then you will be my example." The duel erupted. Voldemort flicked his wand, sending a stream of curses toward Harry, who barely managed to block them. Cedric, without thinking, stepped between them, his shield charm flaring bright. Spells ricocheted into the night, striking headstones and lighting the darkness with bursts of sickly light. "Harry, now," Cedric shouted suddenly. "The cup! It must still be a portkey. We need to get back to it." Harry nodded, realization dawning, but Voldemort's piercing gaze followed the exchange. "Kill them!" he roared. The Death Eaters surged forward. Cedric fought like a man possessed. Every spell Hermione had drilled into him came to his lips. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, Impedimenta. He ducked, rolled, blocked, his movements sharp and purposeful. He could almost feel her guiding him, her hand on his shoulder, whispering reminders. "Do not hesitate. Do not falter. Live." Then came the inevitable clash. Voldemort's curse collided with Cedric's desperate counterspell, and the graveyard blazed with golden light as Priori and Cantatum locked their wands together. Cedric's arm shook violently under the force, but he refused to yield. Across the bond of magic, ghostly forms began to emerge. Figures poured from Voldemort's wand, faint spectral echoes. Cedric's heart lurched as he recognized faces. The Diggory family members taken before their time. Their voices, though faint, filled him with courage. And then, to Harry's wide-eyed shock, the image of James Potter appeared, his voice calm and commanding. "Hold on, Harry. Help is coming." Cedric gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down his brow. His wand arm burned as though aflame, but Hermione's face filled his mind, stronger than any pain. For her, for Harry, for all of them, he would not let go. Finally, James spoke again, his voice echoing in the night. "When the connection breaks, you must run. Both of you. Do you understand?" Harry nodded, but Cedric's eyes never left the phantom forms. The moment the wands broke apart, the ghosts surged forward, distracting Voldemort and his followers. Cedric seized Harry's arm. "Now!" They sprinted, curses exploding around them, grass tearing beneath their feet. Cedric spotted the faint glimmer of the cup. "Just ahead," he gasped. Voldemort's furious scream shook the air as spells streaked past them. Cedric dove, his hand closing around the cup's handle, just as Harry's fingers touched it too. The world vanished in a whirl of color, the graveyard fading into nothingness. Back at Hogwarts, the stands erupted in confusion as the cup reappeared on the pitch, this time with both Cedric and Harry clinging desperately to it, battered but alive. Gasps and screams filled the air as teachers rushed forward. Hermione broke through the crowd, her face pale and stricken. When she saw Cedric upright, her legs nearly gave way with relief. Cedric's eyes found hers instantly. Exhaustion and fear still clung to him, but he managed a smile. "I kept my promise," he whispered hoarsely. The moment Cedric and Harry collapsed onto the Quidditch pitch, chaos erupted. The stands buzzed with shouts, students surged forward, and professors pushed through to reach them. Cedric's knees buckled, but he forced himself upright, clutching the cup like proof of his survival. His eyes sought Hermione at once, and when he spotted her sprinting down the stands, he felt the tight knot in his chest finally ease. Hermione's face was pale, her curls flying wildly as she ran. She shoved past onlookers and threw herself into his arms. "You're alive," she gasped, tears streaking her cheeks. "You're really alive." Cedric held her fiercely, his body trembling from exhaustion but unwilling to let go. "I told you I'd fight to live," he whispered into her hair, and Hermione clung tighter, her sob muffled against his chest. Nearby, Harry staggered under the weight of all eyes upon him. His face was grim, his hands shaking. He knew what he had seen in the graveyard, what had returned, and though Cedric's survival was a miracle, the truth pressed down on him. Voldemort was back. Dumbledore swept forward, his expression unreadable, but his gaze sharp. He directed Madame Pomfrey to tend to the boys, then ushered them quickly toward the castle, away from prying eyes and curious whispers. Hermione refused to leave Cedric's side, her arm firmly wrapped around his even as Madame Pomfrey fussed about his injuries. Inside the safety of Dumbledore's office, the atmosphere shifted. The portraits leaned in, listening intently. Fawkes trilled softly, sensing the gravity of the moment. Dumbledore's voice was steady, but his eyes were grave. "Tell me everything," he instructed. Harry launched into the story, describing the portkey, the graveyard, Wormtail's ritual, and the rebirth of Voldemort. Cedric filled in details Harry missed: the Death Eaters, the curses, the duel, the spectral figures that had given them their chance to escape. By the time they finished, the office was silent, the enormity of their tale weighing heavily on all present. "So it is true," Dumbledore murmured. "Voldemort has returned." His eyes flicked between Cedric and Harry, his tone softening. "And yet you both survived. That, in itself, is extraordinary." Cedric straightened, though his body still shook. "We only survived because of them." He gestured to the echoes that had bought them time. "And because we held on together." He glanced at Harry, and for a fleeting moment, an understanding passed between them. They had been forged in the same fire. Hermione's hand slipped into Cedric's, her thumb brushing gently over his knuckles. She was quiet through the recounting, but her gaze never wavered. She had known Cedric was brave, but now she had witnessed the full scope of his resolve. The thought that she might have lost him in that graveyard nearly unraveled her, but instead, it only deepened her determination to stand by him. Dumbledore finally dismissed them, his voice tinged with sadness. "The world is about to change, and you, Cedric Diggory, have become part of a story you never asked for." Cedric nodded solemnly. Then I'll do what I must. As they left the office, Hermione tugged Cedric to a halt in the corridor. Her eyes were blazing with unshed tears, her voice breaking. Do you realize what almost happened? Cedric, you were nearly. She could not finish the sentence. Cedric cupped her face gently, his thumb brushing away her tears. But I wasn't. I came back. For you. For us. He leaned his forehead against hers, and for a long moment, they simply breathed together, grounding themselves in the reality of survival. In the days that followed, the castle buzzed with rumors. Some students whispered that Cedric and Harry were heroes. Others doubted their story, dismissing it as hysteria. The ministry refused to confirm Voldemort's return, and already, tension between officials and Dumbledore was surfacing. But Cedric's presence changed the narrative. It was no longer Harry's word against the world. Cedric Diggory, respected and admired, stood beside him, his testimony undeniable. At meals, Cedric found himself the subject of stares, whispers, and even applause from Hufflepuffs who regarded him with newfound awe. It unsettled him, but Hermione's quiet presence anchored him. She never treated him differently, never let him slip into self-doubt. You're still Cedric, she reminded him one evening in the common room. The boy who doodles plays during study sessions and forgets to eat when he's nervous. You're not just the boy who survived Voldemort. That night, Cedric kissed her with a tenderness that spoke volumes, a silent thank you for seeing him as more than the world did. But the calm was fleeting. Harry confided in Cedric and Hermione that Voldemort was already gathering strength, that his followers would be emboldened. We can't just wait, Harry insisted. Cedric nodded grimly. Then we won't. Hermione, however, pressed her lips into a thin line. If Voldemort is back, then we'll need more than courage. We'll need knowledge, preparation, and unity. The three of them exchanged a look, unspoken yet understood. A new chapter had begun, one that bound them together in ways none had expected. Cedric and Hermione's love had survived the crucible of the graveyard, but now it would be tested against a darker, wider world. The quiet aftermath of the battle at Hogwarts left the castle scarred, but still standing. The stone walls bore cracks from spells, portraits had been shattered, and the air carried the residue of powerful magic. Yet amidst this ruin, there was also life. Students and professors alike worked tirelessly to restore their beloved school, mending damage with wand flicks and whispered incantations. Cedric and Hermione were among them, side by side, their bond deepened not only by the challenges of the war, but also by the simple act of healing together. For Hermione, every corridor held memories, some painful, others dear. She recalled studying late nights in the library, sneaking into the kitchens with Harry and Ron, and even the moments of fear when dark forces loomed. But now, with Cedric by her side, these memories wove into a new future. He had not only survived the tournament years ago, but had grown into a man who inspired hope in others. His presence was steady, his gaze reassuring, and his laughter carried a warmth that soothed her. One evening, as the sun dipped low over the Black Lake, they sat together on the grassy bank. The water reflected hues of orange and purple, shimmering as if alive with its own magic. Cedric leaned back on his hands, his shoulders relaxed for the first time in weeks. Hermione watched him, marveling at how the boy who once was simply a champion had become her partner in rebuilding, in dreaming. You know, Cedric said softly, his eyes following the gentle ripples of the lake. I used to think my place in all of this was just temporary. That maybe the tournament was all I'd ever be remembered for. He turned to her, his expression vulnerable. But then you changed everything. I don't want to just be a memory. I want to live, Hermione. With you. Her heart tightened at his words. She placed her hand over his, her voice steady despite the emotions rising within her. Cedric, you're so much more than the tournament. You've proven that time and again. And you will be remembered, not just for surviving, not just for fighting, but for who you are. And I want that life with you too. The silence that followed was not empty, but full of meaning. Cedric squeezed her hand gently, and for a moment, the chaos of the world melted away. As days passed, the castle grew brighter. Windows were repaired, tapestries hung anew, and laughter began to return. Professor McGonagall, now headmistress, organized efforts to bring Hogwarts back to its former glory. She often noticed Cedric and Hermione working tirelessly together, exchanging glances that spoke of more than just teamwork. Their connection was undeniable, a quiet flame that burned brighter each day. Still, not everyone found peace easily. Some students carried bitterness, others grief, and the shadows of Voldemort's war lingered. Cedric felt this heaviness often, seeing friends who had lost families or who struggled to find their place in a world that had been shattered. He spoke to them, encouraged them, and offered strength, proving to all that he was not just a survivor but a leader. Hermione admired this deeply. She had always been drawn to those who cared for others, and Cedric's compassion was boundless. One night, in the great hall now partially restored, McGonagall called a gathering of the remaining students. She announced that Hogwarts would reopen fully in the coming term, and that those who wished could return to complete their education. Cedric and Hermione exchanged a look across the candlelight. Neither needed to say it aloud. They would return together. The thought of walking the halls not as warriors, but as students once more, filled them with a sense of renewal. Later, as they walked back toward the Gryffindor Tower, Hermione glanced up at him with a teasing smile. "So, Cedric Diggory, are you ready to be a student again? Or do you think fame will get in the way of your studies?" He laughed, his warm chuckle echoing softly in the corridor. "If anything, I'll have to work harder to keep up with you. After all, you're the brightest witch of our age. I'll need all the help I can get." Hermione's smile softened. "Well, lucky for you. I happen to enjoy tutoring handsome Hufflepuffs." His grin widened, but then his voice grew serious, his tone low. "Hermione, after everything we've faced, I don't want to waste any time. I don't want to wait until after school, or after we've proven ourselves again. I love you, and I don't ever want to risk losing you." Her breath caught. For a moment, she felt the weight of every trial they had endured. The tournament, the war, the constant fear of death. And then she felt the hope that bloomed in Cedric's eyes, the promise of something steady and true. "I love you too," she whispered, her voice trembling with sincerity. "And I'm not going anywhere." They stopped in the corridor, the dim torchlight casting shadows across their faces. Cedric reached for her hand, lifting it to his lips. The kiss was gentle, reverent, and filled with all the words left unspoken. In that moment, Hermione knew their journey was only beginning. The war was over, but their story was not one of survival alone. It was one of building, of healing, of love that had been forged in fire. And as long as they faced it together, she believed they could endure anything. The castle around them whispered with centuries of magic, and the future stretched ahead like an open book, waiting to be written. The following weeks at Hogwarts were a blend of restoration and rediscovery. The castle, though scarred, began to feel alive again, filled with the hum of students returning and the faint warmth of everyday magic. Hermione found herself both relieved and challenged by the task of resuming normalcy. After so much chaos, the idea of textbooks, essays, and timetables felt strangely comforting. Yet deep down, she knew that life could never quite return to what it had been before the war. Cedric, however, embraced the return with quiet determination. His reputation as the champion who had survived the Triwizard Tournament and later as a fighter during the final battle lingered in whispers wherever he went. Students admired him, respected him, but it was the way he carried himself, with humility and patience, that made him stand out even more. Hermione often caught sight of first years staring at him in awe, as if he were a hero from a storybook. One afternoon, as they sat together in the library, Hermione's favorite sanctuary, she noticed Cedric studying an advanced book on magical theory. She raised a brow, leaning across the table. "Since when are you interested in arithmancy?" she asked with a teasing lilt. He looked up, smiling sheepishly. "Since I realized I'd like to actually keep pace with you. Besides, I'm thinking of what comes next. Maybe I'll become an Auror, maybe a professor. But whatever it is, I want to be prepared." Hermione's expression softened. She admired his foresight, his refusal to let life simply happen without shaping it himself. "You'd make a wonderful professor," she said, her tone earnest. "The way you explain things to others, your patience, it's a gift." Cedric chuckled lightly. "I don't know if I'd survive a classroom full of students like you. You'd correct me before I even finished a sentence." Hermione's laugh echoed through the quiet library, drawing a stern glance from Madame Pants. Cedric leaned in, lowering his voice. But seriously, I've been thinking, maybe teaching here at Hogwarts. Staying close to this place, to what it represents. It feels right. The thought warmed Hermione in a way she hadn't expected. The idea of Cedric as a professor, guiding young witches and wizards, was not only believable but inspiring. And though she hadn't yet decided her own path, torn between fighting for magical justice and continuing her academic pursuits, she found comfort in the possibility of their futures intertwining. Outside of studies, Hogwarts life returned in small but meaningful ways. The Quidditch pitch rang with laughter again, though matches now carried a lighter air, more about fun than rivalry. Cedric joined a casual game one Saturday, flying with effortless grace that reminded everyone why he had once been the star of Hufflepuff's team. Hermione watched from the stands, her book resting forgotten on her lap as her eyes followed him across the sky. Afterward, when he landed and walked toward her, windswept and grinning, she shook her head. "You'll never stop showing off, will you?" "Not when you're watching," he replied without hesitation, earning a roll of her eyes and a faint blush on her cheeks. But not everyone viewed their growing closeness with the same fondness. Some students whispered about how quickly they had found each other after the war, questioning whether Hermione had moved on from the trio's bond too swiftly. A few even hinted that Cedric was basking in the limelight of his relationship with her. Though neither paid much heed, Hermione felt the sting of judgment more keenly than Cedric did. One evening, as they walked back from the library, she sighed heavily. "Sometimes I wonder if people will ever stop talking, stop judging. It's as if they can't believe we're capable of choosing happiness after everything." Cedric slipped his arm around her shoulders, drawing her closer as they walked. "Let them talk. They don't know what we've been through, not really. And besides, Hermione, we don't owe anyone an explanation. What matters is us." She leaned into him, letting the warmth of his words settle her. He had a way of grounding her, reminding her of what was truly important. Meanwhile, McGonagall began assigning senior students leadership roles to help the younger years adjust. Hermione, naturally, was chosen to mentor first years, while Cedric was tasked with helping to organize Hufflepuff's study sessions. Their responsibilities often kept them busy, but the moments they carved out for each other became even more precious. One night, after a particularly long day, Cedric found Hermione sitting in the common room, her head bent over parchment, quill flying furiously across the page. He approached quietly and set down a steaming cup of tea beside her. She glanced up, her tired eyes softening when she saw him. "You always know exactly what I need," she said with a small smile. "That's because I pay attention," he replied, sitting across from her. "You carry too much on your shoulders, Hermione. You don't always have to." Her quill stilled. She looked at him for a long moment, the truth of his words sinking in. He saw through her in ways others often missed, not just the brilliance and the drive, but also the weariness, the quiet weight of expectations she carried. "Thank you," she said simply, her voice thick with emotion. He reached across the table, taking her hand in his. "Always." The fire crackled softly, casting shadows on the walls. And for a fleeting moment, the world outside faded, leaving only the two of them, bound together by something stronger than circumstance. The war had taken so much from them both. But in its wake, it had also given them this, a chance to rebuild, not just the castle, but themselves and each other. The first frosts of autumn settled across the grounds of Hogwarts, painting the lawns silver in the mornings and filling the air with a chill that bit at exposed skin. The castle, though still under repair, had regained its heart. Fires roared in common room hearths, laughter echoed in corridors once scarred by battle, and students walked with books in hand, their lives once more tied to essays, charms, and late-night study sessions. For Cedric and Hermione, the rhythm of this new Hogwarts year brought both comfort and questions. They had grown inseparable, a quiet strength in each other's presence, but the weight of their futures loomed ever closer. Hermione often found herself staring out of the library windows, her parchment filled with scribbled notes on magical law, wondering if her path lay with the ministry, with activism, or perhaps somewhere entirely different. Cedric, meanwhile, continued to wrestle with his thoughts of becoming a teacher, though part of him still longed for the thrill of Quidditch or the challenge of Auror training. Their peers noticed their closeness more openly now. In the Great Hall, Cedric's hand often brushed against Hermione's as he passed her pumpkin juice, and in the library, their heads bent close over shared texts. Whispers followed them, though not always unkind. Some admired them as a symbol of resilience, two students who had endured so much and still found love. Others, however, muttered skepticism, believing their relationship was little more than the result of trauma and timing. Hermione felt the sting of such words more than Cedric did. One evening, as they walked the path along the edge of the Black Lake, she finally voiced her frustration. "Do you ever feel like we're being measured against expectations we never agreed to?" she asked, pulling her cloak tighter against the wind. "As if our choices have to be justified to everyone else." Cedric glanced at her, his expression thoughtful. "I think people will always talk, Hermione. They're curious or jealous, or maybe they just can't understand what we've found. But they don't live our lives, we do." He paused, brushing his thumb lightly over her hand. "I'd rather be judged for choosing happiness than praised for living a lie." His words struck her deeply, and though she said nothing at first, she leaned closer into him, her heart settling in the warmth of his certainty. It was in the quiet corners of their days that their bond deepened. In the library, Hermione would fall asleep over her books, and Cedric would gently wake her with a whispered joke and a steaming cup of tea. On the Quidditch pitch, when Cedric flew laps for the sheer joy of it, Hermione would watch, pretending to read, her eyes drifting upward more often than to the page. In the evenings, when the castle hushed, they would sit together in front of the fire, trading stories of their childhoods, moments of light in lives otherwise defined by dark shadows. One night, after curfew, Cedric convinced Hermione to sneak out with him to the astronomy tower. She protested at first, reminding him of rules and prefect responsibilities, but eventually relented, her curiosity piqued. Wrapped in scarves, they climbed the winding staircase, emerging into the crisp night air. Above them, the sky glittered with countless stars, so clear and vast it seemed to stretch forever. "It's beautiful," Hermione whispered, her breath visible in the cold. Cedric watched her instead of the stars. "Yes, it is." She turned, catching the look in his eyes, and her heart fluttered in a way no textbook could ever explain. He stepped closer, pulling a small velvet pouch from his pocket. Hermione blinked, surprised, as he drew out a silver chain. Hanging from it was a delicate charm in the shape of an open book, its surface engraved with tiny runes. "I had it made in Hogsmeade," he said softly. "The runes, they mean knowledge, wisdom, and protection. It reminded me of you." Hermione's throat tightened. "Cedric, it's lovely." He clasped it gently around her neck, his fingers brushing the back of her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. When she looked up, his expression was so open, so full of devotion, that her eyes stung with tears. "I don't know where life will take us after this year," Cedric admitted, his voice steady but low. "But I do know this. I want you with me, Hermione. Whatever future we build, I want it to be ours." Hermione's breath caught. She thought of all the uncertainty that lay ahead, the dreams she had yet to chase, the battles she still longed to fight for justice. But in that moment, she also knew that she did not want to face any of it alone. She smiled, her hand brushing his cheek. "Then we'll build it together." He kissed her beneath the stars, a slow, lingering kiss that held both promise and certainty. Above them, the constellations burned brightly, as if bearing witness to the beginning of something enduring. By the time they returned to the castle, the night was deep and the torches flickered low. Their steps echoed softly through the halls, their hands intertwined. And though the future remained uncertain, Cedric and Hermione no longer feared it. For they had each other, and that was enough. Winter crept over Hogwarts with quiet determination, covering the castle grounds in thick blankets of snow. Icicles dangled from the eaves like crystal daggers, and the Black Lake froze at its edges, shimmering silver under the pale light of the moon. The great hall glowed warmly with enchanted garlands, and students huddled close together, scarves wrapped high and laughter mingling with the scent of roasted chestnuts. For Hermione, it was the first Christmas at Hogwarts in years that wasn't overshadowed by dread. She still carried memories of the war, but this season felt different, gentler, safer, filled with hope rather than fear. And Cedric's presence made every moment brighter. They spent evenings curled up in the library, not just studying but talking about life, about dreams, and about what came next. One snowy afternoon, Cedric invited Hermione to walk with him through the grounds. She bundled herself in layers of wool and fur, muttering about the biting wind, while Cedric only grinned, his cheeks already flushed from the cold. They strolled past Hagrid's hut, where smoke curled warmly from the chimney, and made their way toward the edge of the forest. The snow crunched beneath their boots, and their breath hung in clouds before them. "Do you remember," Cedric began, his voice muffled by his scarf, "the Yule Ball during the tournament?" Hermione chuckled, her cheeks warming at the memory. "How could I forget? That was the year I surprised everyone by showing up with Victor Crumb. You, meanwhile, were the picture of Hufflepuff dignity with Cho." Cedric smiled wistfully. "True, but I remember watching you that night. You looked happy, like you had finally stepped into your own." He paused, then added softly, "I only wish I'd had the courage back then to ask you myself." Hermione's heart fluttered at the sincerity in his voice. She touched his arm lightly, smiling up at him. "Well, you did eventually. And I'd say your timing turned out perfectly." Their laughter drifted into the crisp air, blending with the soft rustle of snow-laden branches. They wandered until they reached a small clearing, the trees forming a natural circle. Cedric halted there, his hand tightening around hers. "Hermione," he said, his breath visible as he spoke, "I've been thinking a lot about the future. About us." She tilted her head, her expression curious but calm. "Go on." He hesitated, as if weighing his words. "I know we still have time here at Hogwarts, and I know there are countless paths ahead of us. But I also know one thing with absolute certainty. I don't want any of it without you. Every decision I make, every dream I chase, it feels incomplete if you're not part of it." Hermione felt her throat tighten. His words carried none of the pomp or bravado others might use. They were simple, heartfelt, and true. "Cedric," she whispered, "you don't need to convince me. I feel the same." He reached into his pocket, pulling out a small leather-bound journal. It wasn't a ring box, not yet, but something different. He placed it in her hands. "I started writing this last year," he explained. "Plans, thoughts, ideas about what I want to build after all of this. Teaching, maybe. Or opening a program for younger witches and wizards who need guidance. But I want it to be ours, Hermione. I left space for your dreams, for your vision. I don't want my life written without you in it." Hermione's eyes filled with tears as she opened the journal. The first pages were full of Cedric's neat handwriting. Sketches of classrooms, lists of goals, even fragments of spells he wanted to research. But the back half was blank, waiting for her hand. She clutched it to her chest, overcome by the weight of what he was offering. Not just love, but partnership, the promise of building something greater together. This means more than anything you could have bought. "Thank you." Cedric smiled, relief softening his features. "So you'll help me fill it?" "Of course I will," she said, her voice firm despite the tears that threatened to spill. "We'll write our future together." The snow began to fall again, soft and steady, blanketing the world in silence. Cedric pulled her into his arms, holding her as if he'd never let go. They stood there for a long time, two figures in a white clearing, their breaths mingling, their hearts beating in unison. Back in the castle later that night, Hermione sat at a desk in the common room, the journal open before her. With a thoughtful smile, she dipped her quill into ink and began to write, filling the blank spaces with her hopes. Ideas for reforming magical law, dreams of ensuring equal rights for all creatures, and small wishes for a quiet home filled with laughter. Cedric sat beside her, his arm brushing hers, watching as their shared story began to take shape. For the first time in years, Hermione felt not only the weight of responsibility, but also the lightness of possibility. The war was over, but life, their life, was just beginning. The new year arrived with fireworks over the Black Lake, bright sparks reflected in the frozen surface like twin constellations. Students gathered on the grounds, their laughter echoing through the night, but Cedric and Hermione stood apart from the crowd, shoulders brushing, their eyes fixed on the sky. The journal Cedric had given her never left Hermione's side now, its pages slowly filling with dreams, plans, and late-night scribbles they had added together. January at Hogwarts meant heavy snow, slippery stone staircases, and steaming mugs of cocoa after long days of study. The castle buzzed with the usual post-holiday energy, but beneath that, Cedric felt a restless stirring. He had always been decisive, quick to act when needed, but with Hermione, he found himself thinking further ahead than ever before. He was no longer content with stolen moments or whispered promises. He wanted permanence, something no rumor or shadow of the past could undo. One afternoon after Transfiguration, Cedric caught Professor McGonagall's attention. "Professor, may I speak with you for a moment?" She regarded him with her usual sharp gaze, though there was a softness in her eyes. "Of course, Mr. Diggory. Walk with me." They strolled down the corridor, the murmur of students fading behind them. Cedric cleared his throat. "I wanted to ask about teaching. After this year, do you think Hogwarts will be looking for new professors?" McGonagall's lips curved ever so slightly, though her expression remained composed. "It's possible. Many positions will need filling in time." "Why do you ask?" Cedric hesitated, then admitted, "I've been thinking about my future. About building something steady here. For myself, and for Hermione." Her eyes softened. "You've grown, Cedric. Not every young man your age would be thinking so responsibly. I'll keep your interest in mind." She paused, tilting her head. "And Hermione? She seems very happy with you." Cedric flushed slightly but nodded. "I hope so. She deserves the world." Later that evening, Cedric found Hermione in the library, quill scratching furiously as she drafted an essay for ancient runes. He slid into the seat beside her, setting down a small plate of treacle tart he had saved from dinner. "You work too hard," he teased gently. She glanced up, her tired expression brightening. "And you don't work hard enough." He chuckled, leaning closer. "Maybe. But that's because I'd rather spend my energy on more important things." Her brow arched. "Like what?" "Like us," he said simply. Hermione's cheeks warmed, though she tried to hide it by taking a bite of the tart. "You're insufferable sometimes, you know." "Maybe," Cedric said, his grin widening. "But you like me that way." As the weeks passed, their relationship drew more attention. Friends noticed how often they sat together in the great hall, how Cedric carried her books when she was weighed down with scrolls, how Hermione's laughter came easier in his presence. Harry was quietly supportive though protective, while Ron, still nursing old feelings, kept his distance, his eyes often flickering toward them with a mix of regret and bitterness. Hermione noticed Ron's silence, but chose not to dwell on it. For once, she allowed herself to focus on her own happiness, rather than the expectations of others. And Cedric, ever steady, became her anchor through the whispers and sideways glances. One snowy Saturday, Cedric asked Hermione to join him for a trip to Hogsmeade. They strolled through the village, snowflakes dusting their hair, stopping by Honeydukes for chocolate frogs and Zonkos for laughs. But it was Madame Putafoot's tea shop that Cedric guided her toward at last. Hermione raised an eyebrow as they entered the famously frilly establishment, its pink steam and lace decorations almost overwhelming. "Really?" she asked, trying not to smile. Cedric grinned, unbothered. "I thought it was time we made a proper memory here. Everyone always says it's the most romantic spot in Hogsmeade." They sat by the window, watching the snow fall. Cedric reached across the table, taking her hand in his. For a moment, Hermione felt as if the world had gone still around them. "Hermione," he said quietly, "I know people talk. They always will. But I don't care. What we have, it's real. And it's the best thing in my life. I want you to know that whatever comes, I'm committed to you. Always." Her breath caught, her eyes softening as she squeezed his hand. "I don't care about the whispers either. What matters is us. And Cedric, I've never been happier." The sincerity in her voice filled him with warmth. He had no ring yet, no formal proposal, but he knew then and there that the path was set. He would not let uncertainty or doubt keep him from the future he wanted with her. As they left Madame Putafoot's, snow still falling gently around them, Cedric pulled Hermione close, his arm around her shoulders. She leaned into him, her heart at peace. For the first time since the war, she believed in a future not built from duty alone, but from love. And Cedric knew he was ready to take the next step toward making that future permanent. The quiet after the battle was filled with an eerie stillness. The fires that had consumed parts of the castle were finally out, though the acrid scent of smoke still hung heavy in the air. The once grand corridors of Hogwarts bore scars of the chaos that had unfolded just hours before, and students wandered in shock, carrying blankets, bandages, or just hollow expressions. Amidst all of it, Cedric held Hermione close, his arm around her shoulders as though by sheer force of will he could shield her from everything that had happened. Hermione had fought bravely, her wand never faltering, her spells saving countless lives. But now, with Voldemort gone and the tide of war turned, exhaustion settled over her in waves. She leaned against Cedric, drawing comfort from the steadiness he provided. He guided her to one of the benches near the Great Hall, where survivors gathered, and sat with her, his thumb rubbing circles on her hand to keep her grounded. Harry approached, his face pale but determined. His eyes, though heavy with grief, softened when they fell on Hermione. "You did incredible," he said quietly, lowering himself onto the bench beside them. "Both of you did." Hermione gave him a tired but grateful smile. "You were the one who faced him, Harry. You ended this. We just made sure you got there." Cedric nodded in agreement, but Harry shook his head. "I couldn't have done it without all of you." "Without you," he added, looking at Cedric with unspoken recognition of the bond they had forged through battle. The three sat in silence for a moment, the weight of everything pressing down. Around them, students reunited with their families, sobbing and clinging as though they might vanish if they let go. Hermione's eyes welled at the sight, and she found herself whispering, "So many are gone." Cedric tightened his grip around her, his voice steady though his heart ached. "But so many are still here. That matters too. That means we won." Later that evening, when the castle had quieted, Cedric and Hermione walked outside, away from the noise and the grief. The grounds were battered, parts of the grass scorched and broken stones scattered from the castle walls. Yet above them, the night sky shone with an almost surreal clarity, stars glittering as if the heavens themselves were offering comfort. Hermione paused beneath a tree, her fingers brushing the bark absently as she turned to Cedric. "I thought I might lose you," she admitted, her voice trembling. "When you went into the thick of it, when you took on those Death Eaters without hesitation, I couldn't breathe." Cedric stepped closer, his hand cupping her face gently. "And I thought I might lose you. But we didn't. We're here, Hermione. We survived." Her eyes met his, filled with both relief and the shadow of everything they had endured. Slowly, Cedric leaned in, and Hermione met him halfway. Their kiss was tender, born not of triumph but of solace, a promise that in the ruins of war, they had each other to cling to. When they pulled apart, Hermione rested her forehead against his chest, her voice soft. "What happens now? Everything feels so uncertain." Cedric wrapped his arms around her and whispered, "We rebuild. Together. Whatever comes next, we face it side by side." The following days were filled with mourning, funerals, and long discussions of what the future of the wizarding world would look like. Cedric attended memorials with Hermione, offering silent strength as she spoke words of comfort to grieving families. She admired his quiet dignity, the way he carried himself with respect and empathy for everyone around him. In turn, Cedric admired Hermione's resilience. She didn't let her grief consume her, channeling it instead into helping others. She helped catalog the damage done to Hogwarts Library, assisted Madame Pomfrey in tending to the wounded, and stood at Professor McGonagall's side as new plans for the school began to take shape. One evening, as they sat in the Gryffindor common room, its once bright atmosphere dimmed but not broken, Cedric turned to her. "Hermione," he said, his voice serious, "I've been thinking. The future, it's uncertain, like you said. But I don't want to waste any of it. I almost lost everything once in the tournament. Then again in this war. I don't want to live waiting for the next disaster. I want to live with purpose. With you." Hermione's breath caught, her heart racing at the earnest intensity in his tone. "Cedric," he reached for her hand, holding it tightly. "I'm not asking for answers now. Just know that wherever life takes us, my choice is always you." Hermione's eyes shone with tears, but they were tears of something new, hope. She squeezed his hand back, whispering, "Then we'll face it together." Outside, the dawn began to break, casting the castle ruins in soft light. It was a new day, the first of many to come. And though the scars of battle would remain, Cedric and Hermione had found something worth rebuilding for. Something worth holding on to. As the sun rose higher, Cedric glanced at Hermione and saw not just the girl who had fought beside him, but the woman he wanted to spend every tomorrow with. And for the first time since the war had begun, He allowed himself to believe in the promise of peace. The weeks following Voldemort's defeat were a blur of rebuilding, reflection, and reimagining what the wizarding world could become. Hogwarts stood battered but alive, its walls scarred yet unyielding. Students and professors worked side by side to repair what could be fixed, while the Ministry scrambled to restore order. Amid all the activity, Cedric and Hermione found themselves in the center of it, their bond deepening with every shared task and every quiet moment they stole together. Hermione devoted much of her time to aiding Professor McGonagall, who had taken on the mantle of headmistress. She organized groups of students and volunteers, cataloging the castle's damage and overseeing the restoration of the library. Cedric, though no longer officially a student, returned daily to lend his strength to the rebuilding efforts, his presence a reassuring constant at Hermione's side. Their evenings, however, were reserved for each other. After long hours of work, they would sit by the lake, the castle's reflection shimmering across the water as they spoke of the past and the future. Hermione often leaned against Cedric's shoulder, her voice softer in those moments. "It feels strange," she confessed one evening, watching ripples spread across the surface. "To know that the battle is over. For so long, every step felt like we were running out of time." Cedric slipped his hand into hers. "Now we finally have it back. Time. And we can decide how to use it." Hermione turned her gaze toward him, searching his face. "And how do you want to use it?" He smiled faintly, brushing a strand of hair from her cheek. "With you. That's all I know for certain." Despite the sense of hope, the world beyond Hogwarts was far from peaceful. Rumors spread of Death Eaters regrouping, whispers of vengeance hanging in the air. Trials were being held at the Ministry, with survivors and allies testifying against those who had supported Voldemort. Harry, Ron, and Hermione were often summoned to provide accounts of their experiences, and Cedric insisted on accompanying Hermione every time. He knew how heavy the memories were for her to recount, and though he could not take the burden away, he stood by her side, grounding her. One trial in particular shook them both. Lucius Malfoy, pale and unrepentant, stood before the Wizengamot. His name carried weight, and his crimes were many. Hermione's testimony was clear, precise, and unwavering, but Cedric could see the strain it caused her. When it was over, and they left the courtroom together, Hermione's hand trembled in his. "Every time I speak about it," she whispered, "it feels like I'm reliving it all over again." Cedric stopped, turning to face her fully. "Then don't carry it alone. Give some of it to me. I can't change what happened, but I can share the weight of it with you." Her eyes softened, tears threatening to fall. She rested her forehead against his chest, drawing strength from the steady beat of his heart. "I don't know what I'd do without you. And you'll never have to," Cedric promised. As the summer drew near, McGonagall announced that Hogwarts would reopen officially for the coming term. Repairs would continue, but the school would not remain silent. Students would have the chance to finish their education, to restore some semblance of normality. Hermione was determined to return, to complete her studies, though her role in the rebuilding efforts had already proven her capabilities far beyond the classroom. Cedric, however, faced a different choice. He had already graduated before the tournament, and though his heart urged him to stay at Hogwarts with Hermione, the world outside called to him. Opportunities at the Ministry, particularly in reshaping the Auror office, were opening rapidly. Kingsley Shacklebolt, now interim minister for magic, even sought Cedric out directly. "Your courage and leadership during the battle did not go unnoticed," Kingsley told him one afternoon. "We need people like you to ensure this victory lasts." Cedric hesitated. He wanted to serve, to help rebuild the world they had fought for, but he also knew the decision would shape his life with Hermione. That evening, he found her in the library, surrounded by parchment and quills, her focus sharp as ever. "Hermione," he began carefully, "Kingsley asked me to consider joining the Auror office. They're rebuilding from the ground up, and he thinks I could be part of that." Hermione set her quill down slowly, meeting his eyes. There was no fear in her expression, only thoughtfulness. "That would be incredible for you, Cedric. You'd be wonderful at it." He studied her face, searching for hesitation. "But it would mean less time here. Less time with you." Hermione stood and crossed the room, taking his hands in hers. "Cedric, this isn't about what's easier for us. It's about what we can give to the world now. You have a chance to help shape its future. If you want this, I'll support you. Always. Her certainty filled him with both pride and longing. He kissed her gently, his voice steady when he pulled back. Then I'll do it. For the world we fought for. For the world we'll live in together. The decision marked the beginning of a new chapter for both of them. Hermione would finish her final year at Hogwarts, while Cedric stepped into his role at the Ministry. They promised each other that no distance, no challenge, would weaken what they had found in one another. And beneath the weight of their responsibilities, a quiet joy lingered. The knowledge that love, forged in the darkest of times, had become their greatest strength. The decision for Cedric to join the Auror office while Hermione returned to complete her final year at Hogwarts was both empowering and bittersweet. They knew the road ahead would not be easy, but the determination in their hearts left no room for doubt. Their love had survived the shadows of war. It would endure the demands of peace as well. September came swiftly, and Hogwarts once again filled with students, though the atmosphere was different. The walls were patched but still carried scars. Empty seats in the Great Hall reminded everyone of lives lost. For Hermione, returning was both healing and painful. She poured herself into her studies with her usual diligence, determined to excel, yet she often caught herself glancing at the Hufflepuff table where Cedric had once sat. Cedric, meanwhile, was immersed in the Ministry's transformation. The Auror office was no longer a place of suspicion and corruption. Under Kingsley's guidance, it was being rebuilt into a symbol of justice. Cedric found himself surrounded by seasoned fighters like Tonks and new recruits eager to make a difference. His natural leadership, sharpened by the battle at Hogwarts, set him apart. Still, the long hours and late nights left him drained, and often, when he returned home, he wished only to hear Hermione's voice. Letters became their lifeline. Hermione's were filled with detailed accounts of her classes, her efforts to help rebuild Hogwarts' spirit, and the small comforts of daily life. Cedric's letters carried stories of missions, the arrests of fleeing Death Eaters, and his quiet reflections on what kind of world they wanted to create. One evening, after a long day of tracking dark magic traces in northern England, Cedric sat in his small flat in London, parchment spread across the table. He dipped his quill into ink, hesitating for a moment before writing. Hermione, today reminded me why we fight for peace. We caught 2 Death Eaters trying to regroup. They were young, barely older than us. It struck me how much of this war poisoned people before they had the chance to grow. I don't want this cycle to continue. I want our future to be different, one where children don't grow up under the shadow of fear. When Hermione read his letter days later, sitting in the library between stacks of books, she pressed the parchment to her chest, her eyes brimming with pride and sorrow. She whispered to herself, "That's why I love you, Cedric. You never lose sight of the bigger picture." Despite their separation, Cedric made time to visit Hogwarts whenever possible. On one such visit in October, he found Hermione waiting near the entrance hall, her face lighting up the moment she saw him. They embraced tightly, holding each other as if they could make up for the weeks apart in a single moment. "I've missed you so much," Hermione murmured, her voice muffled against his chest. Cedric kissed the top of her head. "And I've missed you more. Letters aren't enough." They walked the castle grounds together, talking about everything they hadn't written in their letters. Cedric told her of his doubts, of the pressure of responsibility, while Hermione shared her fears about the world they were trying to rebuild. Their words flowed easily, weaving hope and resolve into the fabric of their bond. As the months passed, the strain of their dual paths became more apparent. Cedric's missions grew more dangerous, while Hermione's studies demanded her full focus. They had fewer chances to see each other, and even their letters sometimes arrived late. Doubts whispered at the edges of their thoughts. During one particularly harsh winter, Hermione sat in her dormitory, staring at a blank sheet of parchment. She wanted to write to Cedric, to tell him how much she longed for his presence, but fear held her quill still. What if this distance pulled them apart? What if love was not enough to hold 2 lives built on such different paths? When Cedric finally returned in early February, he sensed the tension in her eyes. They met by the lake, the surface frozen in patches, reflecting the pale winter sun. "Hermione," Cedric began carefully, "something's bothering you." She hesitated, then looked up at him with raw honesty. I'm afraid, Cedric. Afraid that with everything pulling us in different directions, we might drift apart. His heart clenched at her words, but he took her hands firmly in his. I won't let that happen. Yes, we're apart more than we want. Yes, it's hard. But love isn't about what's easy. It's about choosing each other, every single day. And I choose you, Hermione. Always. Tears welled in her eyes, but they were tears of relief. She leaned into him, and they kissed with the quiet desperation of two souls reminding themselves of their promise. The challenges were far from over. Dark remnants of Voldemort's influence still lingered, and Cedric knew the Auror Office's work was only beginning. But as he held Hermione close, feeling the strength of her conviction and the warmth of her love, he believed they could withstand anything. The war had taught them loss. Now, together, they would learn how to build a life worth living. Spring arrived at Hogwarts, bringing with it a strange combination of renewal and unease. The flowers bloomed across the grounds, yet the shadows of the war still lingered, whispers of unrest traveling even through the castle's ancient corridors. For Hermione, her final year was rushing toward its end, but instead of being filled with the normal excitement of finishing school, it carried the weight of uncertainty. The world outside remained fragile. Cedric was busier than ever. The Auror Office had begun investigating not just the remaining Death Eaters, but the networks of sympathizers who had hidden themselves during Voldemort's rise. Many believed the Dark Lord's defeat was temporary, and Cedric found himself thrust into missions that took him farther from Hermione and deeper into danger. His letters became shorter, more hurried, often scribbled late at night. Hermione read between the lines. His words were meant to reassure, but she could see the exhaustion seeping through. She noticed how he avoided mentioning details of injuries or close calls, though she knew they must have happened. She feared not knowing more than anything else. One Saturday, when Cedric finally managed to visit, Hermione hurried to meet him by the gates. His face looked more worn than before, faint bruises visible near his temple. She reached out instantly, her hand brushing against his cheek. "You're hurt." "Just a scrape," Cedric said with a tired smile, covering her hand with his. "It looks worse than it is." Hermione frowned, her worry deepening. "You keep saying that, but every time you come back, you look more tired. More battered." He sighed, pulling her gently into his arms. "I don't want to burden you with the worst of it. You're already carrying enough here. But we're supposed to share it," she whispered against his chest. "That's what you told me." He kissed her hair, nodding. "You're right. I'll try to be more honest. I don't want to scare you." They walked along the lake, as they often did, talking about what weighed on their hearts. Hermione admitted her growing fear. That the war wasn't over, that dark forces would rise again before they had the chance to truly live. Cedric listened, his hand never leaving hers. "I think about the future every day," he confessed. "Not just the missions or the ministry. I think about us. About what happens when you finish school. I don't want our lives to always be defined by fighting battles." Hermione's breath caught, her heart racing. "And what do you imagine?" Cedric's eyes softened, his voice dropping to something more vulnerable. "I imagine waking up beside you, not worrying if today will be our last. I imagine building something lasting. Maybe a home. Maybe even a family someday. A life that belongs to us, not to war." Hermione's throat tightened with emotion. The thought of a future with Cedric, something beyond fear and responsibility, felt like a fragile dream. Yet hearing him speak it aloud gave it weight, made it real. She squeezed his hand. "That's what I want too." The weeks that followed tested them further. Hermione juggled her studies and responsibilities at Hogwarts, while Cedric's missions pulled him into dangerous confrontations. During one mission, his team captured a small group of Death Eaters attempting to smuggle cursed artifacts out of Nocturne Alley. The fight had been fierce, and Cedric barely escaped with a deep cut along his side. When Hermione saw him again in May, she noticed the way he moved carefully, wincing slightly when he sat down beside her in the library. She pushed her books aside instantly. "You're injured again, aren't you?" He tried to dismiss it, but Hermione's sharp eyes wouldn't allow him to hide. She reached for his hand, her tone both firm and tender. "You can't keep pretending you're invincible, Cedric. You're human, and I can't stand not knowing if you'll come back each time." Cedric met her gaze, his expression raw. "I don't want to lie to you. But if I told you every detail, Hermione, you'd never sleep at night. The work is dangerous. I knew that when I accepted it. But I also know why I'm doing it. Every mission, every risk. It's to make sure we don't have to live through another war. Hermione's eyes filled with tears, though she refused to let them fall. I understand. I just need you to promise me one thing. Anything. Promise me you'll fight just as hard to come back to me as you do in the field. Cedric leaned forward, pressing his forehead against hers. I swear it. You are the reason I come back, Hermione. Their lips met in a kiss filled with longing, the kind that bridged weeks of distance and fear. In that moment, nothing else mattered but the unspoken vow they shared. As the end of Hermione's school year drew closer, talk of the future grew louder. Job offers began appearing for her, invitations to research projects and ministry initiatives. Cedric encouraged her to think about what she truly wanted. I don't want to rush into a path just because it's expected, Hermione admitted one evening. For once, I want to choose what feels right, for me and for us. Cedric smiled at her, his hand brushing over hers. Then whatever you choose, we'll make it work. Together. The uncertainty of the world still loomed, but Cedric and Hermione were beginning to see past it. Beyond the battles and responsibilities lay something fragile but undeniable, the possibility of a future worth building. And though the shadows lingered, their love burned brighter, a beacon against the dark. The final weeks of Hermione's school year arrived with a strange mix of relief and tension. Exams filled her days, her quill scratching furiously across parchment while her mind simultaneously wandered to Cedric. He wrote often, but the urgency of his work bled through every line. It was clear that the ministry was uncovering deeper pockets of resistance than they had anticipated. One evening, after finishing a long essay for Transfiguration, Hermione slipped into the quiet of the common room to read Cedric's latest letter. His handwriting was rushed, uneven, unlike his usual steady script. Hermione, things are shifting. We captured a group in Yorkshire who had been planning something larger. It's not just scattered resistance. There are leaders left, hidden planning. I can't write much, but I need you to know I'm safe. I think of you constantly. That's what keeps me steady when everything feels like it's crumbling again. Hermione's heart sank. She had suspected as much, that Voldemort's fall wouldn't erase his followers overnight. But hearing Cedric confirm it made her skin crawl. She folded the letter carefully, pressing it to her chest before slipping it into her bag. For now, she would focus on finishing her exams, but her thoughts never strayed far from him. A week later, Cedric managed to visit. He appeared in the entrance hall late in the evening, his cloak still carrying the scent of rain. Hermione rushed to him the moment she saw him, throwing her arms around his neck. He held her tightly, breathing in the comfort of her presence. You look exhausted, she said softly, pulling back to study his face. And you look brilliant, Cedric replied, managing a tired smile. I know your exams are nearly done. They walked the corridors slowly, the castle quiet around them. Cedric's steps were heavier than usual, and Hermione noticed the stiffness in his movements. She didn't ask at first, knowing he would tell her when he was ready. Finally, as they reached the courtyard, Cedric spoke. There's something bigger happening, Hermione. The remnants of Voldemort's followers, they aren't giving up. Some of them believe his spirit can return, that he left pieces of himself behind. We've been chasing leads, but it's dangerous work. They're desperate, and desperation makes people reckless. Hermione's breath caught. You're saying they're trying to bring him back? Cedric shook his head. We don't know for sure. Some of it may just be wild belief. But they're dangerous all the same, and we can't ignore them. Hermione tightened her grip on his hand. Then you have to be careful. Cedric, promise me, don't underestimate them. He nodded, meeting her eyes with quiet intensity. I promise. But Hermione, there's more. They know who we are. They know I'm close to you, to Harry, to the ones who fought at Hogwarts. That makes us targets. Hermione's stomach dropped, a chill sweeping through her. Targets? Yes. Which is why I need you to be cautious. Don't go anywhere alone, not even in Hogwarts. I trust McGonagall and the protections here, but I'd rather you be too careful than not enough. She wanted to protest, to tell him she was perfectly capable of defending herself, but the fear in his eyes stopped her. Instead, she nodded slowly. I'll be careful. But Cedric, you can't shut me out of this. If there's something I can do, research, spells, anything, I need to help. Cedric cupped her face in his hands, his thumb brushing gently across her cheek. You've already given me more strength than you realize. Just knowing you're here, waiting for me, that's what keeps me going. They stood in silence for a moment, the weight of unspoken fears pressing down on both of them. Then Cedric leaned forward, kissing her with a desperate tenderness, as though he wanted to memorize the moment in case tomorrow never came. Hermione clung to him, refusing to let go until she absolutely had to. Over the next days, Hermione buried herself in her studies while Cedric returned to his missions. But her thoughts were consumed by what he had told her. If remnants of Voldemort's followers truly sought to restore him, then the battle wasn't as finished as everyone wanted to believe. And if Cedric was directly in their path, the danger was greater than ever. The day Hermione finished her final exam, she sat beneath the beech tree by the lake, parchment spread across her lap, quill in hand. She began drafting her own plan, not just for her future career, but for how she could work alongside Cedric in the fight still to come. She refused to be the girl who simply waited and worried. She would stand with him, no matter the risks. That evening, when an owl swooped down carrying another letter from Cedric, Hermione felt her pulse quicken before she even unrolled the parchment. His words were brief but urgent. Hermione, something is coming. I can't say more in writing. But promise me, you'll stay safe until I can see you again. I'll explain everything when I return. Trust me. Hermione read the letter twice, her chest tightening. Whatever Cedric was facing now was more serious than anything before. And though she wanted to keep her promise, a part of her knew she wouldn't simply wait in silence. The next chapter of their story wasn't going to be about peace alone. It was going to test every choice they had made, and every vow they had spoken. The first days of summer arrived with an unease that seemed to settle over the castle like a heavy mist. Hermione should have felt relief, freedom, and pride. Her exams were finished, and her professors had quietly expressed high expectations for her results. Yet the words in Cedric's last letter haunted her. Something was coming. She kept the parchment tucked inside her bag, pulling it out whenever doubt threatened to overwhelm her. The hurried scrawl, the unusual brevity, it was unlike him, and that difference alone told her how serious the situation was. Harry noticed her distraction one afternoon as they sat by the lake, watching the giant squid ripple the water's surface. You've been quiet lately, he said, glancing sideways at her. Is it about Cedric? Hermione hesitated before nodding. He's caught up in something bigger than before. He didn't say much, but it's dangerous. He told me to be careful, and that's what frightens me most. Cedric doesn't scare easily. Harry leaned back on the grass, his gaze thoughtful. If the Death Eaters are regrouping, it won't stay hidden forever. The Ministry will want to stamp it out before it grows too big. Cedric's in the middle of that, isn't he? Yes, Hermione admitted. And if they truly believe Voldemort can return, her words caught, dread prickling through her. Harry, we can't dismiss this as empty superstition. We've seen too much to underestimate them. Harry gave a short nod. Then we'll be ready. Whatever comes. That night, as the castle quieted, Hermione stayed awake in the common room, quills scratching furiously across parchment. She filled page after page with ideas, protective charms, old rituals she had read about, possible traces of magic that could be linked to dark remnants. She didn't intend to sit idle while Cedric threw himself into danger. If there was anything she could do to prepare, she would. The following morning, an owl swooped into the great hall carrying a letter addressed to her. Hermione's heart leapt, Cedric. She tore it open immediately. Hermione, I can't stay silent any longer. We discovered something in the north, ruins deep in the moors. Dark magic lingers there, magic unlike anything I've felt since the war. The Death Eaters we captured were convinced it's connected to him. I don't know yet if they're right, but the pull of it is undeniable. We're investigating further. Don't worry about me, please. Just trust me and stay safe until I see you. I need you to promise that. Her hands trembled as she folded the letter. The words weren't reassuring. They carried weight, urgency, and a shadow that left her stomach knotted. That evening, she found herself pacing her dormitory, the letter in her hand. She longed to write back, to demand details, to insist that he not face this alone. But she knew owls weren't safe enough. If Death Eater remnants truly were reorganizing, They might intercept his letters. The thought made her shiver. 2 days later, Cedric appeared at Hogwarts again. This time he looked worse, his robes worn, dirt streaked across his sleeves, a faint cut on his jaw. Hermione rushed to him the moment she saw him in the courtyard. "What happened?" she whispered, pulling him toward a quieter corner. Cedric's jaw tightened. "We went into those ruins. The magic there. Hermione, it's real. It's not just superstition. There's something binding, something that feels like it's waiting. We destroyed what we could, but I don't think it's gone. I can't explain it properly, but it's like echoes of Voldemort himself, trapped in the stone." Hermione felt cold all over. "You mean remnants of his magic? Left behind somehow?" "Yes. And the Death Eaters believe if they gather enough of it, they can bring him back. I don't know if it's truly possible, but they're committed to trying." Hermione swallowed hard, every instinct in her screaming that this was more than an empty threat. "Then you'll need help. More than the Ministry. Cedric, this can't stay hidden. Harry, McGonagall, they need to know." Cedric sighed, brushing his fingers through his hair. "I know, but the Ministry wants to keep this quiet until they're certain. They think panic will only fuel the Death Eaters' momentum." Hermione shook her head fiercely. "Secrets nearly cost us everything before. We can't make the same mistakes again." For a long moment, Cedric just looked at her, his expression weary but filled with admiration. "This is why I trust you more than anyone. You always see the truth before anyone else." Hermione took his hand in both of hers. "Then let me stand with you. Whatever comes, we face it together." Cedric pressed his forehead to hers, his voice low. "I don't deserve you. But if we're walking into another war, I can't imagine facing it without you." For the first time, Hermione realized fully that their love wasn't just about stolen moments and tender words. It was about survival, loyalty, and the courage to fight side by side. And if the shadows of Voldemort still lingered, then she and Cedric would face them together, no matter the cost. Hermione could not shake the image of Cedric's weary face, the dirt on his robes, the haunted look in his eyes when he spoke of those ruins. Even in the quiet safety of the library, surrounded by the smell of parchment and ink, her mind returned again and again to his words. Echoes of Voldemort trapped in stone. She spread several thick tomes across the table, her quill scratching rapidly as she cross-referenced ancient curses and magical remnants. Harry found her hours later, hunched over her notes with ink smudged on her fingers. "You're still at it," he said softly, pulling out a chair beside her. "You think Cedric's right about what he found, don't you?" Hermione didn't look up, flipping a page in a battered volume. "Harry, he's not exaggerating. I found references to residual magic. Power so strong it seeps into the very stones where dark spells were cast. They called them anchors. And if Voldemort's followers have found one," she trailed off, her throat tight, "then they could try to use it as a tether to bring him back." Harry leaned forward, frowning. "And the Ministry still wants to keep it quiet?" "Yes," Hermione snapped, frustration lacing her tone. "Because they're afraid. But fear is exactly what the Death Eaters are counting on. If we don't act quickly, they'll get ahead of us." Harry placed a steady hand on hers. "Then we tell Dumbledore. He'll listen." Hermione exhaled slowly, nodding. "You're right. It's too dangerous to ignore." Later that evening, she met Cedric again in the shadow of the astronomy tower. He looked better this time, though exhaustion lingered beneath his eyes. The moment their gazes met, Hermione ran to him, relief flooding her chest. "I've been reading," she whispered urgently, her hands clutching his arms. "Cedric, those ruins weren't just ruins. They might have been an anchor, residual magic left from one of Voldemort's rituals. If that's what the Death Eaters are after, we can't let the Ministry keep this buried." Cedric drew a sharp breath, his expression darkening. "I was afraid of that. Hermione, if that's true, then we're already standing at the edge of something far greater than we realized. The Ministry isn't ready for it. Then we go to Dumbledore," she said firmly. "He's the only one who will see this for what it truly is." Cedric hesitated, his hands tightening on hers. "If we involve him, we risk exposing ourselves to even greater danger. Dumbledore will act, yes, but the Death Eaters will know someone betrayed their secrecy. They'll come after you, Hermione." Her heart pounded, but her voice was steady. "I'd rather risk their wrath than let them succeed." He looked at her for a long moment, admiration flickering across his face. "You're braver than anyone I know." That night, Hermione, Cedric, and Harry stood in Dumbledore's office. The headmaster listened in silence as Cedric described the ruins, the lingering power, and the captured Death Eater's belief in its connection to Voldemort. Hermione added her research, her notes piled on Dumbledore's desk. When they finished, Dumbledore leaned back, his expression grave. "Anchors," he murmured. "Yes, I feared something like this might surface. Magic of such strength is not easily erased. It lingers, waiting, a shadow of its master. If Voldemort's followers gather enough of these anchors, they may attempt to restore what was lost." Harry stiffened. "You mean bring him back?" Dumbledore's eyes met his, piercing and calm. "Yes, the danger is real. And now that you have brought this to me, it is clear we cannot rely on the Ministry to act with the swiftness required." Cedric straightened. "Then what do we do?" Dumbledore's gaze moved between them, his voice steady but urgent. "We gather knowledge. We locate the anchors before the Death Eaters do. And we prepare for what may come, for I fear we are standing at the threshold of a new war." Hermione felt a chill spread through her. She reached for Cedric's hand beneath the desk, and he squeezed it, grounding her. When they left the office, the three of them walked together through the quiet corridors. The castle seemed different, as though the walls themselves sensed what was to come. Hermione's thoughts spun in endless circles, but through the fear and uncertainty, one truth blazed clear. She and Cedric were no longer caught in a simple romance born of chance and courage. They were bound now by something greater, a fight for the future, a love tested in the shadow of rising darkness. And as the stars glimmered faintly above the towers, Hermione knew that whatever came, she would not turn back. The morning after their meeting with Dumbledore, Hermione awoke with her mind racing. The plan he outlined still echoed in her ears. Seek out the remaining anchors, stop the Death Eaters from retrieving them, and do so before the Ministry even knew what was happening. It felt impossibly large, yet she could not deny the certainty in Dumbledore's words. In the Great Hall, Cedric slid onto the bench beside her. He looked more rested than he had in weeks, though his eyes carried the same determination she felt burning in herself. "Dumbledore sent me a message," he whispered, passing her a folded scrap of parchment under the table. She opened it quickly. It bore only a few words written in Dumbledore's looping hand. "The next anchor lies in the Highlands. A ruined monastery. Midnight tomorrow. Bring only those you trust." Hermione's breath caught. She glanced up at Cedric, who gave her a slight nod. Harry, sitting across from them, leaned forward. "Another anchor?" "Yes," Hermione said softly. "Dumbledore wants us to help find it. But this time, we'll have to move quickly. If the Death Eaters reach it first," she didn't finish the thought. She didn't need to. The following evening, under the cover of darkness, they left Hogwarts. The journey itself was cloaked in secrecy. Dumbledore used ancient portkeys that shimmered faintly in the moonlight, whisking them across the countryside. Hermione clutched Cedric's hand tightly as the world spun around them, and when her feet hit the ground again, she staggered into his steady grip. They stood in the desolate highlands, where the wind howled across the hills. In the distance rose the jagged silhouette of the ruined monastery. Its crumbling spires jutted like broken teeth against the starlit sky. Dumbledore, who had accompanied them, lifted his wand, its light casting eerie shadows. This place once housed scholars who dabbled in magic they did not understand. Voldemort visited here in his youth. He left behind fragments of his power, buried within these walls. Harry swallowed hard. "And you think the Death Eaters are coming for it?" Dumbledore's expression was grim. "I know they are." Together, they crossed the uneven ground and entered the ruin. The air inside was colder than the night outside, thick with a presence that made Hermione's skin prickle. The stones seemed to hum faintly beneath her feet. Cedric kept close to her, his wand at the ready. "Do you feel that?" he whispered. "It's like the walls are alive." Hermione nodded, her heart racing. Residual magic. Stronger than anything I've ever felt. As they descended deeper into the monastery, the sensation grew more oppressive. They came at last to what had once been the altar chamber, now a hollowed shell of stone. At its center pulsed a faint, sickly light, swirling as though the air itself was torn open. "That's it," Dumbledore said quietly. "The anchor." But before they could act, A sharp crack echoed through the chamber. Hermione whirled around, her wand raised. Figures in dark robes materialized at the edges of the room. Death Eaters. Cedric stepped in front of her instinctively, his grip on his wand unshakable. Harry moved to her other side, his eyes narrowing. One of the Death Eaters laughed softly. Dumbledore always arrives before us. But not this time. The anchor will be ours. Spells erupted in every direction. The chamber blazed with light, stone shattering and dust filling the air. Hermione's voice rang out as she cast shield after shield, deflecting curses that hissed toward Cedric. He fired back with fierce precision, his spells driving one of the robed figures to the ground. Harry dueled another, their wands sparking with violent energy. Dumbledore's power flared like a storm, his magic sweeping across the chamber in waves. Through the chaos, Hermione's gaze fixed on the anchor. The swirling light pulsed brighter, as though feeding on the conflict around it. Her instincts screamed that if they didn't destroy it now, the Death Eaters would succeed. "Cedric," she shouted over the din, "the anchor. We have to shatter it." He glanced at her, understanding immediately. Together they raced toward the altar. A curse narrowly missed Cedric, striking the stone beside him and exploding into shards. Hermione grabbed his arm, pulling him upright, their breaths ragged but determined. Raising their wands in unison, they chanted the incantation Dumbledore had taught them only hours before. Ancient words meant to unravel magic at its core. The anchor shuddered violently, its light flaring with blinding brilliance. With a final, deafening crack, it imploded, collapsing into nothingness. The oppressive weight lifted from the chamber, leaving only silence and the faint smell of scorched stone. The Death Eaters, realizing their prize was gone, retreated in a swirl of cloaks and smoke. Dumbledore lowered his wand, his expression grave but resolute. "You did well," he said softly, his eyes flicking to Hermione and Cedric. "But this is only the beginning. The Death Eaters will not stop. Nor can we." As they stepped out of the ruins into the cold night, Hermione clung to Cedric's hand, her chest heaving. The darkness around them felt endless, but she found strength in the warmth of his grip. They had destroyed one anchor. But how many more remained? The morning after their return from the monastery, Hermione expected exhaustion to weigh her down, but instead her mind burned with restless energy. Every time she closed her eyes, she saw the implosion of the anchor, felt the thunderous crack that shook the ancient stone, heard the Death Eaters' cries of rage. They had won a battle, but it was only a fragment of the war still looming. In the great hall, students chattered obliviously, unaware that another confrontation had nearly shifted the balance of their world. Hermione sat beside Cedric, their shoulders brushing as though neither wanted to drift too far from the other. Harry lingered across from them, tired but steady. Cedric leaned close, his voice low enough for only her to hear. "You didn't falter last night. You saved me more than once." Hermione gave him a small, wry smile. "We saved each other. That's what matters." Before Cedric could respond, an owl swooped down, dropping a letter onto his plate. The seal bore the ministry's insignia. Hermione's stomach tightened even before Cedric broke it open. His eyes darkened as he scanned the parchment, then slid it across to her. "Mr. Diggory," it read, "your unauthorized interference in ministry affairs has been noted. Destruction of magical artifacts without clearance is a serious violation. You will present yourself for questioning immediately. The ministry expects full compliance." Hermione's hands clenched around the parchment. "How did they even find out?" she hissed. Harry scowled. "They've probably been keeping tabs on Cedric ever since he joined their special assignments. They'd rather blame him than admit they've ignored the threat." Cedric's jaw tightened, but his voice was calm. "They'll try to make an example of me. Pretend I acted recklessly, instead of acknowledging that we stopped something they couldn't even detect." Hermione shook her head furiously. "That's absurd. You risked your life to prevent Voldemort's return, and now they want to punish you for it? I won't let them." "Careful," Harry warned, his expression grim. "The ministry doesn't listen to reason. They'll twist everything." Hermione pushed back from the bench, her eyes blazing. "Then we give them no choice but to listen. If they think they can silence Cedric, they're mistaken." Later that afternoon, Hermione and Cedric met again in the library, surrounded by stacks of parchment. She was already drafting arguments, citations of magical law, historical precedents where dangerous artifacts had been destroyed without clearance to save lives. Cedric watched her work with a mixture of awe and concern. "You're fighting harder than I am," he said softly. Hermione didn't look up from her notes. "Because they don't understand what's at stake. They think this is about protocol, when it's about survival. If they undermine you now, they weaken the fight against the Death Eaters. I won't let them do that." Cedric reached across the table, gently brushing her ink-stained fingers with his. "Hermione, you amaze me. You never stop, even when the world tries to wear you down." Her breath caught, and she finally lifted her gaze to meet his. "And you're worth fighting for." For a moment, the tension around them softened. Cedric leaned closer, pressing a brief, tender kiss against her forehead. The touch sent warmth flooding through her, even as worry still gnawed at her heart. The next day, Cedric traveled to the Ministry. Hermione wanted desperately to go with him, but Dumbledore had advised against it. "Too many eyes already watch," he had said. "Better to let Cedric stand alone for now." Hours passed in agonizing silence. Hermione sat by the fire in the common room, her quill forgotten beside her, staring at the clock as though willing it to speed forward. Harry stayed nearby, offering quiet companionship, but even he seemed restless, pacing now and then. At last, the portrait hole creaked open. Cedric stepped through, his expression unreadable. Hermione shot to her feet, heart pounding. "Well," she demanded. He dropped heavily into an armchair, running a hand through his hair. "They threatened me. Accused me of reckless endangerment, of destroying evidence. But in the end, they didn't dare punish me outright. Not yet. My father's position helped. He argued fiercely on my behalf." Hermione let out a shaky breath of relief, then quickly sat beside him. "So they let you go?" "For now," Cedric said grimly. "But they made one thing clear. If I act without their approval again, they'll strip me of every protection I have." Hermione's fists clenched, fury flaring again. How can they be so blind? The Death Eaters won't wait for paperwork and approvals. If they think they can control this through politics, they're going to doom us all. Cedric turned to her, his voice quieter but steadier. "Then we'll have to move outside their reach. Trust Dumbledore, trust each other. Do what needs to be done, even if the Ministry stands in the way." Hermione met his gaze, her heart twisting with equal parts fear and admiration. She knew then that their fight was no longer just against shadows and whispers of Voldemort. It was against the very institutions meant to protect them. And in that realization, her resolve only deepened. Whatever battles lay ahead, she and Cedric would face them side by side, even if the Ministry itself became their enemy. Hermione spent the next few days with a storm raging inside her. The Ministry's warning to Cedric lingered in her mind like a curse, but so did the memory of the anchor imploding under their combined spell. That victory had proved they could act decisively where the Ministry only dithered. She refused to let bureaucracy hold them hostage when Voldemort's followers were moving faster with every passing day. She and Cedric met often in hidden corners of the castle, away from curious ears. Harry usually joined them, though sometimes Dumbledore would appear, offering guidance before disappearing just as mysteriously. On one such night, they gathered in the unused classroom on the 4th floor. Dust motes drifted in the air, their wands illuminating the chalk-streaked walls. Hermione spread a map across a desk, parchment weighed down with books. Red ink circled several locations across Britain, ruins, ancient sites, and places known to have hosted dark rituals in centuries past. "These are the places most likely to hold anchors," Hermione explained, her voice low but firm. "If the Death Eaters are targeting them, we have to get there first." Cedric studied the map, his brow furrowed. "We'll need to move quietly. The Ministry already has eyes on me. If they suspect I'm defying orders, they'll do more than issue threats." Harry leaned over the desk, his hand resting near the top of the map. "Then we don't tell them. We'll work outside their reach. Just like Dumbledore said." Hermione hesitated, her heart torn. "If we're caught, they'll brand us as criminals. We'll lose everything, the protection of Hogwarts, our credibility, maybe even our freedom." Cedric reached for her hand, his fingers curling warmly around hers. "If the choice is between following rules or saving lives, then I'll choose saving lives every time. And I'll never regret it, Hermione." Not if it means fighting at your side. Her breath caught. She knew the danger. She knew the risk. But in that moment, with Cedric's steady gaze holding hers, her fear gave way to certainty. "Then we'll do it together," she said softly. They planned for hours, marking safe routes and possible portkey locations. Hermione scribbled lists of spells to practice, charms to shield them from detection, and ways to disguise their movements. Harry, though clearly nervous, threw himself into the task with grim determination. The first mission came sooner than expected. Reports reached Dumbledore of strange activity near an abandoned abbey in the south. Villagers had spoken of flickering lights at night, strange chanting on the wind. The signs were too strong to ignore. At dusk, Hermione, Cedric, and Harry left the castle under the cover of disillusionment charms. Dumbledore gave them a final look of quiet trust but no escort. This was their test, and he trusted them to face it. The abbey stood alone on a windswept cliff, its crumbling towers overlooking the restless sea. The night air tasted of salt and decay, the stones humming faintly with the same sinister energy Hermione remembered from the monastery. They slipped inside, careful to muffle their footsteps. The corridors twisted like a labyrinth, broken arches framing patches of moonlight. In the main chamber, they saw it, a faint orb of sickly green light pulsing where the altar once stood. Another anchor. But they weren't alone. Shadows moved in the chamber. A cluster of Death Eaters knelt before the light, chanting words that made Hermione's skin crawl. Harry's grip tightened on his wand. "We can't let them finish whatever that is." Cedric's expression hardened. "Agreed. We strike now." They burst into the chamber, spells flying before the Death Eaters could rise. Stupefy, Expelliarmus, and blasting curses filled the air with explosions of light and sound. The Death Eaters scrambled, wands raised, curses slashing through the dark. Hermione's shield charm flared just in time to block a jet of green light that seared toward Cedric. He spun and disarmed their attacker with a sharp flick, the enemy's wand clattering across the stone floor. Harry dueled two at once, his movements quick and desperate, forcing them back with raw determination. Hermione's heart pounded as she locked eyes with Cedric. Together, they raised their wands at the anchor, chanting the spell Dumbledore had taught them. The orb writhed, its glow intensifying as though resisting their will. The Death Eaters screamed in fury, throwing themselves at the trio, but Harry and Cedric fought them back long enough for Hermione to keep the incantation steady. The chamber shook, dust raining from the ceiling, until finally, with a violent surge of magic, the anchor exploded into shards of fading light. The shockwave threw everyone to the ground. When Hermione scrambled upright, she saw the remaining Death Eaters vanishing in desperate retreat, their mission lost. Silence fell, broken only by the crash of waves against the cliffs outside. Hermione's chest heaved, her body trembling from the strain, but Cedric's hand found hers, squeezing tightly. "We did it again," he whispered, voice rough but resolute. Hermione met his gaze, exhaustion mingling with fierce relief. "And we'll keep doing it, until there are no anchors left." They walked out of the abbey together, battered but unbroken. Behind them, the darkness that had once pulsed in the altar chamber was gone. For now, the abbey mission had shaken the ministry to its core. By the time Hermione, Cedric, and Harry returned to Hogwarts, whispers had already begun spreading across the wizarding world. The anchor's destruction had not gone unnoticed, and neither had the trio's defiance of official orders. Cornelius Fudge issued a statement the very next morning, his words printed in bold across the Daily Prophet. "Unauthorized interference in ministry-regulated operations has led to dangerous instability. The individuals responsible will be considered rogue agents if they persist in reckless actions." Hermione's hands trembled as she held the paper in the Great Hall. The prophet had gone further than the official statement. It named Cedric directly, painting him as a reckless rebel dragging others into chaos. No mention of her, no mention of Harry. Cedric was the target. Cedric sat across from her, reading with quiet calm, though she noticed the way his jaw tightened. "So that's their move," he said softly, folding the paper and setting it aside. "They want to make an example out of me." Harry slammed his cup down, eyes blazing. "That's rubbish. They should be thanking us. If we hadn't gone, those Death Eaters would have finished the ritual. They'd have another anchor at their disposal right now." Hermione's voice was quieter, but sharper. They don't care about results. They care about control. And we just proved they don't have it. Later that night, Hermione found Cedric alone in the astronomy tower. He was staring out at the stars, his cloak draped loosely around his shoulders, the faint breeze stirring his hair. She approached quietly, her heart heavy. "They're trying to isolate you," she said. He turned toward her, his expression calm but unreadable. "I know." Hermione stepped closer, her voice trembling with urgency. "Then let me stand with you. Don't bear this alone." Cedric's eyes softened, and for a moment, the mask of composure slipped. "Do you understand what this means, Hermione? If the Ministry declares me a criminal, I'll be hunted. My parents, my house, my name, they'll all suffer because of me. And if you're seen at my side," he trailed off, swallowing hard. She shook her head firmly, her curls whipping in the wind. "Don't you dare try to push me away. We've already crossed that line together. I'm not letting you stand on the other side of it alone." His breath caught. The vulnerability in his eyes was rare, a truth he usually kept hidden beneath bravery. Slowly, he reached out and took her hand, his thumb brushing across her knuckles. "I never asked for this," he whispered, his voice raw. "But the only thing that makes any of it bearable is you." Hermione felt her chest tighten. The words pressed against her, heavy and beautiful all at once. "Cedric," she began, her voice breaking. He stepped closer, the distance between them closing until she could feel the warmth of his breath against her skin. For a heartbeat, the whole world stilled, the Ministry, the war, the shadows of fear. There was only the boy standing before her, steady and strong despite the storm pressing in from all sides. When his lips met hers, it wasn't desperate or hurried. It was quiet, certain, the kind of kiss that promised strength even when everything else seemed to be falling apart. Hermione melted into it, her hand curling against his chest as though anchoring herself to the only truth she trusted anymore. When they pulled apart, Hermione's eyes shone with determination. "We'll face whatever comes. Together. Always." Cedric smiled faintly, his forehead resting against hers. "Always." Far below them, the lights of Hogwarts flickered against the darkness, oblivious to the quiet vow forged under the stars. But somewhere beyond the castle walls, the Ministry was already preparing its next move, and so were the Death Eaters. The day of reckoning came with no warning. Aurors stormed the grounds of Hogwarts at dawn, Ministry banners flying against the sky. Students were ushered into the Great Hall under guard while professors argued with officials. The prophet's accusations had escalated into a full Ministry decree. Cedric Diggory was to be arrested on charges of treason. Hermione and Cedric stood together at the edge of the crowd, Harry pressed close beside them. None of the three spoke, but their silence was charged with the knowledge that this was the confrontation they had been preparing for. Fudge himself arrived, flanked by a column of stern-faced Aurors. His voice boomed across the hall. "Cedric Diggory, step forward and surrender yourself to Ministry custody. You have interfered with official operations, aided known fugitives, and endangered wizarding stability." A hush fell. Students stared, teachers bristled, but no one moved. Cedric stepped forward slowly, Hermione's hand tightening in his until the very last moment. His chin was lifted, his gaze steady. "I acted to save lives," he said, his voice clear enough to carry through the hall. "The Ministry turned its back on the truth. We destroyed anchors that would have strengthened Voldemort himself. And you call that treason?" Gasps rippled through the students. Even the Aurors looked uneasy. Fudge's face flushed red. "You dare speak his name?" "I dare," Cedric cut across him, his voice ringing like steel. "Because I will not cower in fear while corruption rots this world from the inside. If you want to call me a traitor for protecting it, then I'll wear that title proudly." Hermione felt pride and terror twist together inside her chest. She moved to his side, ignoring the Auror's sharp cries. "Then I'm guilty too," she said firmly. "Because I'll stand with him. Always." Harry stepped forward as well, defiant and unflinching. "Then add my name to the list. We fight for the world you're too afraid to protect." The Great Hall erupted. Some students cried out in support, others in fear. Professors moved quickly, wands half drawn, positioning themselves between the Aurors and the trio. The Aurors advanced anyway, wands raised. It would have ended in chaos if not for the explosion that rocked the sky outside the castle. Windows rattled, and smoke curled into the morning air. From the grounds came the unmistakable echo of dark magic. Voldemort's forces had chosen their moment to strike. Panic surged. Aurors whirled, students screamed, and in the confusion, Cedric seized Hermione's hand again. "This is it," he breathed. They ran into the open, Harry at their side, spells already lashing through the dawn mist. Death Eaters spilled across the lawn, their hoods billowing, their wands spitting curses. The battle for Hogwarts had begun. The trio fought as one, their magic weaving together with fierce precision. Cedric's shields flared bright, protecting Hermione as she unleashed blistering streams of fire and light. Harry struck hard and fast, disarming and disabling with unerring accuracy. Through the haze of smoke, Cedric caught Hermione's gaze. She was radiant, terrifying and brilliant and unyielding. In that instant, he knew with complete certainty. This was the life he wanted, the fight he was meant to stand in, no matter the cost. Voldemort himself emerged at the crest of the hill, his presence chilling the air. Aurors faltered, Death Eaters surged forward, and every wand turned toward him. But Cedric did not flinch. He raised his wand high, his voice cutting through the chaos. "We fight for the living. We fight for truth." Hermione was beside him, her wand blazing. "We fight together." And Harry, standing tall at their side, gave the final cry. "We fight now." The clash that followed would be remembered for generations. The day when the Ministry's lies crumbled, when students and teachers, rebels and truth-seekers, fought as one against darkness. Through it all, Cedric and Hermione never let go of each other's hands, their bond an unbreakable thread amid the storm. When the smoke finally cleared, Hogwarts still stood. Voldemort had been driven back, weakened and furious, but not victorious. The Ministry had no choice but to acknowledge the truth. Cedric was no traitor. He was a hero. That night, as the castle lay quiet, Hermione and Cedric walked together beneath the stars. They were weary, scarred, but alive. Hermione leaned her head against his shoulder, and for once, there was no urgency in their steps. "We'll have more battles ahead," she murmured. Cedric kissed her hair gently. "Then we'll face them. Together." She smiled, her hand finding his. "Always." And with that promise, the world ahead no longer felt so impossible. For love had endured, and hope had survived. The end.